There is no mercy in Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus, only calculation and survival. This is turn-based warfare, where every step is measured, every order final. Build squads from over 115 champions across 21 factions, mixing abilities, positioning and timing to outplay everything from PvE campaigns to high-stakes PvP, guild raids, and live events. Now, Tacticus is getting a major shake-up with the arrival of a brand new faction, the Leagues of Votann. High-tech, resilient, and brutally efficient. The Kin do not forget. From February the 8th, the Kindred Acquisition survival event places you in the middle of a desperate defense. Vin Konglar, the Brockhere Ironmaster, is cut off on a resource-rich world, facing relentless orc assaults. As the battlefield collapses around him, Vin repairs shattered war engines, summons Ironkin constructs, and turns wreckage into a means of survival. This is a war of attrition, where holding the line matters more than striking first. If you're looking for a tactical game that embraces the ever-expanding universe of Warhammer 40,000, scan the QR code and step into Tacticus.
Haxir, you are cleared for engagement. Acknowledged, Seeker Prime.
Haxir moved with the cold, deliberate certainty of a man who had waged war for longer than most civilizations endured. He rolled from behind a pitted column, iron-grey ceramite rasping against dead plaster. His armor's machine spirit, an ancient, temperamental thing grown half-feral from centuries of warp taint, surged awake. Combat stims flooded his twin hearts. His vision narrowed. His breath steadied into a predator's rhythm. Runes danced across his helm display, evaluating distance, elevation, wind, every code factor the Iron Warriors made into scripture. Potential kills bloomed amber in his sight. The Imperial Guard column was advancing east, a river of mortal bodies herded toward their next doomed objective. Reports confirmed armor at their rear, Lehman Russ battle tanks and Basilisk artillery, enough firepower to threaten even Astartes plate. But they were far enough away that the risk was tolerable. Haxir had waged war across 1,000 worlds with worse odds. Farther west, Clavus and Heratha waited with missile launchers. They would attend to those armored beasts soon enough. Haxir and his brother Jorgen, each carrying a heavy bolter whose weight would break a mortal's spine, were tasked with the opening stroke. Break the guard's formation, shatter morale, create panic. Above, perched on the rooftops like carrion birds, Zahuraya and his pack of raptors waited to descend when the moment turned bloody enough.
Targets acquired.
Amber runes strobed, ammo count scrolled, ranging data chimed green. Haxir smiled. It was a rare expression, a small, hard thing that spoke not of joy, but of anticipation. He squeezed the trigger. The heavy bolter thundered, a sound that devoured all others. The weapon bucked like a chained beast, its recoil rattling even Haxir's reinforced frame. Shells screamed from the muzzle, fat, mass-reactive bolts that tore through flak plate and mortal bodies with equal disdain. Guardsmen died without comprehension, limbs torn from sockets, torsos punched through as though made of parchment. The Imperial formation marched 10 ranks wide. Haxir carved a burning gouge through their right flank, turning order into carnage in the span of seconds. Survivors flung themselves beneath storefront awnings and collapsed arches. Others fired wildly, las bolts snapping past Haxir's position and scarring the plaster around him. None of it mattered. Las fire could no more harm him than prayer could. Jorgen joined the slaughter moments later, his bolter roaring from the opposite flank. The column collapsed inward, discipline dissolving into animal panic. Guardsmen scattered, tripping over their dead as they fled unseen executioners. Haxir held fire for several more beats of his twin hearts, then rolled back behind cover as return fire intensified. He waited. 5 breaths. No more. Then he moved again. He rolled left, armor grinding against stone, and opened fire anew. bolts tore into the rear ranks, exploding bodies and sending panicked screams down the length of the avenue. Across the battlefield, Jorgen repositioned. Haxir saw his ident rune shift across the hololithic overlay. The picture was orderly, measured. They were iron warriors. Chaos did not diminish discipline. It sharpened it to a killing point. More guardsmen fell. More faith died with them. Heretic. The word clawed at him, not because it stung, but because of its absurdity. Even after millennia in service to the dark gods, Haxir had never considered himself a creature of faith. Faith was for mortals who needed lies to survive their wretched lives. Haxir was iron. Iron did not pray. He watched the Imperials break beneath his barrage. Look at what your faith has brought you, he thought. Look at what your faith has cost you.
Raptors inbound.
A heartbeat later, the shriek of jump jets tore across his audio sensors. His helm tagged each descending warrior. Zuhuraya hit the ground first, talons gouging stone, chain swords screaming as they tore into the panicked mass. His pack followed like falling stars. Dirge with his chain axe, Kairos with crackling talons, Vark and Al-Sha'un descending in murderous arcs. They were devotees of Khorne, all of them, half-mad, wholly lethal. Useful, unreliable, a weapon with no safety. Haxir's gaze found Zuhuraya in the melee, crimson armor drenched in gore. A targeting rune flickered over the raptor's form as Haxir's machine spirit anticipated his thought. A single heartbeat passed, enough time to adjust his aim, to let a misfire resolve old grievances. Haxir dismissed the rune with a blink. Not today. Not like this. He returned to the battle. Jorgen raked the column's left flank, tanks rumbled forward from the rear. Chaos and order ground teeth against one another.
Clavis, Heratha, engage!
Their runes flashed acknowledgement. Missiles screamed overhead. The first Leman Russ erupted in a plume of black fire. Armor peeled back like wet paper as Clavis' shot detonated within the crew compartment. Prometheum tanks ignited, drowning fleeing guardsmen in flaming shrapnel. Heratha's first shot went wide, exploding cobblestone and bodies alike.
Again, Heratha! Better!
The tank lurched forward, turret swinging in frantic arcs.
Now!
Heratha's second missile struck the generator housing. The tank blossomed into a flower of fire and arcing energy. Surviving crew clawed their way from the hatch. Al-Sharun fell upon them immediately. His blade gutted the first man. The second he seized by the flak vest and carried screaming into the sky. Haxir's helm measured their ascent. 100 meters before the raptor released his victim. The man's body struck the avenue with a sickening crack. Al-Sharun descended after him, roaring praise to his bloody god. Haxir moved east, heavy stride shaking dust from the ruined hall that bordered the avenue. The pillars here bore carved heroes of the Imperium, faces now scarred by shrapnel and fire. Stalls lay abandoned, even vermin knew better than to trespass where chaos marched. He reached a bend in the hall and braced between two intact pillars. The command elements of the Imperial column were attempting to rally their troops. Commissars struck soldiers with rods, whips and pistols, barking orders over the screams. It was pointless. Haxir opened fire. The heavy bolter's thunder shook the hall, each shot a punctuation mark in the Imperium's eulogy. Guardsmen died in clumps. Officers were torn apart as Haxir shifted elevation to decapitate the chain of command. Without shepherds, the flock was meat.
Zuhuraya!
Haxir voxed.
Deploy turrets and Kairos to my position. Priority targets, command elements. We are not yours to command, Havoc.
Haxir clenched his teeth.
Khorne demands skulls. We will not defy my order.
Haxir growled.
And yours will sit highest atop the pile. Sieger Prime granted me operational authority.
Silence. A long, needling silence. Then,
acknowledged. Turge and Kairos en route.
The Raptors arrived moments later, crashing into the last vestiges of Imperial resistance. Dirge carved rivers of red with his chain axe. Kyrus cleaved through commissars and captains in flashes of blue lightning. The Imperial command structure unraveled in moments. Haxir let the bolter fall silent, ammunition low, time to withdraw. Far to the south, the warband siege batteries pounded the Shrine City's walls. Demon-moored artillery and black iron cannons launching shells inscribed with blasphemies. Haxir's detachment had entered by land raider to break resistance from within. Havocs were not terror troops by design, but Sieger Prime required their firepower. Haxir did not question. He was a weapon. Weapons did not ask why. Weapons were wielded.
Hephaestus Squad,
He voxed.
disengage and reconvene at the rally point for refit and resupply. Execute Bastion Reset.
He marked the waypoint and transmitted it. Runes flashed as each Marine acknowledged. Bastion Reset, a disciplined staggered withdrawal under rotating overwatch. Iron Warriors Doctrine. Iron Warriors Pride. Iron Warriors did not retreat. They repositioned. They endured. Hax's armor hummed around him as he moved to fall back. The Raptors still ranged ahead, blood-mad and unpredictable. Zahuriah was many things. Violent, unstable, insufferable. But he was not stupid, and Haxir knew better than to turn his back on a man who worshipped betrayal dressed as fury. Chaos was a knife, after all, and every knife waited for a spine. War. War on every front. War at every scale.
Let the galaxy burn.
The red sands of Endymion Prime ran with blood and liquid fire. Screaming drop pods churned dust into a perpetual ashen storm, bolters for thunder, streaks of orbital fire for lightning. Brutality and death. Carcharodon Astartes emerged from the drop pods, cleaving through the chattel hordes. Each squad was a swimming thrust of dark grey armor through tearing bodies. A massacre. The Carcharodon seemed unstoppable, pushing forwards through bullets and flesh.
Hold. Allow them to overextend.
Eudipetes snarled at the command, writhing in his throne mechanicum. He could feel Cerberus's impatience mingle with his own, the night abominant straining at the leash. His tail swished from side to side, his electro-scourge flexed and sparked. He itched to let loose his Volkite combustor, to drive his tusks into the hard flesh of loyalist armor.
Hold.
Is that you, Verris? No. I recognize that voice. Aegis, back once more. Malventus, or perhaps the Nameless One.
Get a hold of yourself, Dreadblade. I'm alive, not one of your ghosts.
The red Corsair sounded impatient. Eudipetes tried to remember the pirate's name, but the ghosts in the machine scratched and bickered in his ear.
How many years has it been?
Eudipetes, you must stop. Honor.
Honor? He has no honor.
Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
Eudipetes!
Eudipetes!
Eudipetes screamed a gurgling scream. He felt the aluminum of his bionics fizz and spark against the spittle of his ravaged throat.
Shut up! Shut up!
Hold, Dreadblade.
The Carcharodons were near their position. Each squad spiraled inward, leaving behind trails of blood and gore. Hundreds of chattels died in every moment, howling as their flesh was ripped asunder and sprayed with arterial blood. Eudipetes could feel Cerberus's hunger. The machine spirit clawed at his mind, ached at his atrophied legs. He felt the craving desire to stretch and flex, to unleash the spring-wound tension of his flesh through beams of Volkite fire.
Let it burn. Let it burn.
Stop, Eudipetes. You do not want this.
What do you know? of what he wants.
I said shut up!
Hold.
Eudipetes could feel the eyes of the chattels upon him. 10,000 slaves wondering why he did not engage. Or maybe that was one of Cerberus's tricks. The machine often lied to get what they both wanted. His eyes rolled back white, his mind dizzying as he used 360-degree picked view across the battlefield. The red Corsairs were a little further back. They were hidden behind the immense sand dunes and the thick red ash smog, but Cerberus's hunting optics picked them out easily enough. The knight's ion shields rippled and spat bleeding aluminum as stray rounds whipped past. The Carcharodons had not yet committed heavy weaponry to the engagement.
It is only a matter of time.
Fear the skies. The space sharks kill from the skies. Orbital bombardment.
They are too committed. It will be time soon.
Heed me, Eudipetes. Orbital bombardment.
Nonsense. They would not risk their own.
Let them burn!
Aerial bombardment, then. I tell you, Eudipetes, I was there. I have seen this before.
And which side were you on?
Let me out, please.
Auditory data was a mess of howling blasphemies, small arms fire, and the rip of Carcharodon chain axes. Eudipetes instinctively processed and optimized the data, but he could hear nothing from the loyalist Astartes themselves.
They're silent. They're always silent.
Shut up.
They are not silent, fool. Their tongues are in their chains. Can you not hear them screaming?
Engage! Repeat! All Corsairs engage! Raise the Vox tirades! Attack! Kill them all! Burn! Burn!
Burn! Cerberus launched forwards, screeching savage joy as electro muscles burned with crackling aluminum. Eudipetes brought up the Volkite combustor, roaring as a torrent of thermal death swept across the war zone. Chattels died instantly as the beam incinerated their bones and the heat popped their eyes. The ray swept across towards a squad of Carcharodons, killing 3 before the rest broke cohesion and spread out. Eudipetes eased the tension in his shoulder with a spray of his Diabolus heavy stubber, hissing with delight as a loyalist marine staggered and died beneath a hail of bullets. Cerberus flexed its tail, throwing a dozen chattels into the air, electro-scourge writhing with dark power. Eudipetes growled for discipline, but his heart wasn't in it. He unleashed another Volkite beam and cackled as the air shimmered around the flame.
It is glorious. Eudipetes, let me. Just this once.
Shut up, Malventus!
It is glorious.
The ghosts clamoured at him, reaching for his mind with rising insistence. Eudipetes gasped, Cerberus slumping forward as he battled for control. A hunting pack of Corsair bikes zipped past, whooping insults that were lost beneath the booming percussion of their twin-linked bolters. A huge explosion ripped out a hole in the chattel horde, one loyalist helmet among the charred, burning parts. Verris! Verris! What say you?
Verris? Why talk to that old fool, Eudipetes?
Cerberus lurched forwards, striking out with the electro-scourge and casting a swathe of broken bodies before it. The knight picked up speed, charging to meet the Carcharodons head-on.
I remember it all.
Stop. Eudipetes, you can stop.
Come now, just this once. I'll never ask again.
No!
For the God Emperor's sake.
Death to the false Emperor!
Eudipetes blinked back into focus. Cerberus rushed towards the enemy, but the beast had forgotten its guns, snarling. Eudipetes brought up the Volkite combustor and made them a path of fire. He flexed to reload the heavy stubber on his shoulder, kicking out with a clawed boot at the first Astartes he met. The shark flew, punctured by Eudipetes' talons. Another died as Cerberus's electro-scourge wrapped around their head and wrenched it free. Around them, Corsairs met with sharks, red against grey, staining each other with their colours. While the Corsairs laughed and taunted, the sharks were silent, even as they fell to spitting chainswords and the explosions of bolt pistols. The chattels milled, their numbers devastated, each individual cultist frothing or fighting or fleeing. It did not matter. They were just set dressing. Just terrain.
The skies, Eudipetes. Here they come.
The ghost was right. Thunderhawk gunships broke the clouds, their wing fins scattering the dust. Cerberus growled as it identified threats, marking turbo laser destructors and melter warheads. In acknowledgement, Eudipetes angled up his Volkite combustor, sending a thermal beam towards the closest gunship. It banked sharply, but Eudipetes caught the tip of its left thruster, setting it alight and sending the ship into a plummeting tailspin. Cerberus howled as las cannons broke their ion shields, stings of pain across Eudipetes' torso. "Shut up, Cerberus! You howl at pinpricks!" He fired another thermal beam, a great flare of destruction that scattered a school of Thunderhawks in every direction. Red Corsair Marines took cover among the mounds of dead. The first wave of Carcharodons had been dispatched. Eudipetes wasn't sure of the strategy, but things seemed to be going well. From the cover of the sand dune, las cannon fire danced towards the sky, a pyrotechnic display of burning light. One ship was pierced by 6 beams, exploding into a ball of spectacular light as the engines detonated. In response, a flaring salvo of Hellstrike missiles transformed the dune into shattered glass, obliterating the havocs in a series of brilliant detonations.
The sharks commit too many, Eudipetes. This battle cannot be won.
We have killed so many.
Eudipetes!
He's right, Eudipetes. Their counterattack may destroy us.
We are betrayed.
With a strangled scream, Eudipetes drove the ghosts back into the subconscious of the machine. He fired again, missing entirely as the Thunderhawk nose-dived beneath the Volkite beam and half landed, half crashed into the sands of Endymion Prime. Carcharodons charged from its forward ramp, forming 3 squads that pushed forwards like the thrusted prongs of a trident. Eudipetes frowned. This cannot be betrayal. The Red Corsairs are committed too!
Unless...
The ghost's whispers were cut off by a barrage of mind-linked pain. Cerberus shrieked as his side was pierced by the force of a turbo laser destructor, left hip buckling as he fell to one knee. Screaming klaxons sounded in Eudipetes' head, hypno readouts of damage searing his mind. The Thunderhawk gunship was a blur of metal as it soared overhead. Cerberus spat luminem, ignoring Eudipetes' commands. The gunship began turning for another attack run.
Let me help you. I can hold its chain.
Is this the end?
Eudipetes, let me help you.
May the God Emperor forgive us.
Eudipetes spasmed in silent war with Cerberus and the ghosts of the machine. He gargled blood that dribbled from his mouth. His nerve fibers were aflame, even as he shut down Cerberus's whines and disconnected the machine's pain from his own. In his peripheral, he saw that the Thunderhawk had completed its turn. He bellowed mind commands, but Cerberus wasn't listening. A whimpering beast, tail tucked under its legs.
Bring full power to ion shields. We don't need maneuverability.
Power levels are draining. We should prioritize automatic repairs.
There'll be nothing left to repair if the shields aren't charged.
You're both wrong! We attack! Help me with Cerberus or we die! Eudipetes felt his power return as the others came to his aid. He could hear Malventus soothing Cerberus with honeyed words, Aegis seconding his own mind commands with an iron will. Cerberus groaned as it lifted its Volkite combustor towards the heavens.
Good dog. Good dog.
Wait. Don't fire without a clear shot.
Eudipetes grimaced as the Thunderhawk bore down on them. It felt as if minutes passed. The Neurolink had a way of squeezing or elasticating time, his perspective overlaid with the dust of dead past, the future crumbling beneath the weight of an advancing, all-powerful present. For a moment, he heard his own ghost, a much younger man, haughty and proud, so sure of himself, but unburdened by this ever-present, compressing, furious rage. "What have we become?" the boy asked. "We have become death!"
Now, Eudipetes, fire!
The beam of white-hot fire obliterated the Thunderhawk's armored cockpit, ceramite peeling back like blackened paper. Driven forward by the momentum of its thrusters, it streaked across the dusty sky, disappearing into the haze of kicked-up sand and oily smoke of 100 cataclysmic explosions.
Good. But now it's my turn.
Eudipetes felt himself sink into the depths of the machine. He stood in the Chamber of Echoes. The room was semicircular, guttering braziers cast strange shadows across the cold stone walls. Along the curved part of the wall, dark alcoves housed the throne's mechanicum. Foreboding, oversized chairs that seemed much too big to sit in. Half the alcoves were empty, the fallen knights remembered only by their stark absence. Eudipetes stared at the 8-pointed star of chaos that hung above the alcoves. The great iron monstrosity was chained and bolted to the wall, as if it might slip its bonds at any moment. Beneath the star, Eudipetes could see the ghost of an imperial Aquila, long removed, but leaving behind a template of brighter stone. 2 half-formed, dark, cowled things waited beside him. He tried not to pay attention to them. Those things that pretended to be sacristans. Those things that had no faces and shuffled awkward, disjointed steps that hinted at inhuman limbs. Maybe once they had been sacristans of House Munis, their bodies violated by demonic sorceries and cursed with eternal service. But who could tell? They certainly wouldn't. They were always silent. Silent and watching. "You approve of my becoming, then?" Eudipetes said, failing to keep the question out of his voice. Grizzled mercenaries had led him here, but they had not dared enter the sanctuary of House Munis. With sideways glances to each other, they had declared it cursed, as if it was somehow different from the ruined cities with their screaming tentacled walls, or the cracked earth that bled pus and gore. When the sanctuary gates opened for Eudipetes, the mercenaries had scattered in abject terror. One of the false sacristans gestured towards the throne mechanicum with the canid crest, the crest of Eudipetes' family line. The crest that Eudipetes only knew from the pattern imprinted on his ancestral sigil ring. Eudipetes stepped towards his family's throne mechanicum. His footsteps were silent, swallowed up by the dark. He was tempted to glance back towards the door, just to make sure it was still there, but he focused his mind on rash courage. "I have come all this way. From present to past I have traveled, now my future awaits." He sat. The false sacristans approached, half trotting, half dancing towards him. One cradled him with a warm skeletal hand, claws scratching at the mind impulse unit port surgically grafted into the back of his head. As it staggered back, the other helped Eudipetes remove his shirt, exposing further impulse units that dotted his flesh in uneven patterns. Eudipetes kept his eyes forward as they caressed the ports, gasping to the soft thrill of luminum that sent his muscles twitching and tensing. The false sacristans positioned him in the chair, gently guiding his head into place. They did not speak, but Eudipetes knew that he was to stay still. For a moment, the creatures seemed to glance at each other, and then everything went black. The throne mechanicum activated, wires slotting into unit ports with sharp, juddering clicks.
I have returned.
No! Eudipetes forced his eyes open and his mind back to the present. He saw through Cerberus's picked views, returning to the battlefield of burning shuttles and broken dead. He felt satisfaction as his Volkite combustor bored a hole in the Carcharodon's chest, the Astartes collapsing back to silent death. He walked with Cerberus's legs, but his hip was damaged, the left leg dragging along the floor and churning up red sand. It took Eudipetes a few moments to realize that there was a lag between his commands and the knight's movements. His decisions were just an impotent overlay, parallel but separate from iron causation.
Eudipetes!
No, Eudipetes. Do not worry, it's all right. Rest. Let me handle things from here.
Eudipetes' body convulsed as his mind was thrown back into the past. The throne mechanicum had begun integrating with his nervous system, his throat producing strange sounds between agony and laughter. The false sacristans were gone. He was in complete darkness, his mind flooding with data that made no sense and could not be comprehended. His brain rebelled at the information. Senses that were not human, visual input that did not correspond to the blackness he saw with his human eyes. He heard Malventus's voice for the first time.
I knew you would come, usurper.
Hallucinations ripped across Eudipetes' perception. Memories of moments past. Memories that were not truly his. He stood on the field of battle, aluminum pouring from his gut. Systems were failing. Cerberus was dying. As the Eldari Wraith Knight withdrew its psychoactive glaive from his stomach, he fell, slamming into the ground with a great shuddering impact. He tried to bring up a weapon, but Cerberus's broken feedback loop sent jolts of mind-numbing pain through his head. His vision dimming, Eudipetes stared at the sky. A deep, blossoming sunset of purple against the silver foliage of alien trees.
Hear me now, Knight. It is not too late. It is not too late. Malventus's time is past, and you hold the future.
The pain faded. Eudipetes realized he was dying.
No, Eudipetes! It is not your death, but his!
Be silent!
Does it begin again? How long has it been?
A clamor of indistinct voices crowded at the edge of Eudipetes' mind. Hazy, unformed words whispering and peeling away at the soft flesh of his sanity.
Do not listen to them. They are nothing now.
How long has it been?
And soon he shall be nothing too.
No!
The nightmare shifted. Another mind asserted dominance. Eudipetes gasped. In the delusion, robed figures disconnected him from Cerberus, his limbs feeling limp and paralyzed. He was so tired. When he looked up, he could see Miranda, the crow's feet around her eyes creasing as she smiled. Eudipetes wished with his entire soul that he could reach up with a hand to touch her wrinkled cheek, but he was too tired. He was too tired.
You are a great-grandfather, Aegis. Zine has had a son.
Eudipetes felt a smile spread across his lips. What have they named him? Miranda squeezed his hand.
Malventus, my love. Your great-grandson's name is Malventus.
Grateful tears leaked from Eudipetes' eyes. I love you.
I love you too.
Enough of that. This is my time.
It is over, Malventus. Cerberus will not answer to the commands of the dead.
I will not be limited by your own self-doubt, Verris. There is nothing I cannot do. I will cheat death itself.
As Verris and Malventus battled, the past clouded with another fragment of tattered history. In the memory that was not his, Eudipetes grappled with his daughter, desperately trying to stop the descent of her hissing power blade. Medea's eyes flashed with hatred, a snarl splitting her mouth. She stood on the edge of the throne mechanicum. She had the advantage. Her entire weight was behind her weapon, while Eudipetes could only flail weakly from where he sat. He, Eudipetes, Verris, he could not tell, was weeping. Even now he could triumph. He could awaken Cerberus and throw Medea from her perch, but she was his daughter. His daughter! Medea, please. There is no future in this.
No future? This is the only future we have left.
Eudipetes gasped as the blade pierced his chest, all his strength suddenly giving out. Cerberus stirred, disquieted.
No, old friend. This is goodbye.
Medea staggered back, almost falling from the night. Her face was blurring, her words barely audible.
You forced me to this, father. They would have killed us all. I have saved our family. You would have destroyed it.
She steadied herself against Cerberus.
Damn you! Damn you for what you made me do!
A power grab, Verris. Such hypocrisy.
And was I wrong? See what it has wrought.
We chose life, and now I am eternally dead.
I wake.
Eudipetes shrieked as he accepted the Nameless One, feeling his will surge with terrible, overwhelming strength. His mind pierced through the deluding fog of time, shouldering aside the ghosts and their memories. The battlefield returned to him in blood and thunder and death and sand. Furious, he stomped his foot on a fallen Carcharodon's head, pulping the skull to a red mist. Burn! Burn! He let loose a continuous stream of Volkite fire, sweeping the incinerating beam across the battlefield. Dark grey Carcharodons petrified into blackened husks, a crashed Thunderhawk detonating and buffeting Cerberus's back. Eudipetes howled, still firing his weapon, not stopping until the clip was empty and the auto-reloaders clicked into gear. He saw in black and white, black smoke and white fire, so intense that they sucked out all other color. Those reds and blues and greys that were swallowed by the feeding flames. Burned out wreckages and charred skeletons flitted about in the rippling air, as if each corpse was many interposed upon each other. Eudipetes laughed, advancing through the fires, his adamantium blackening as the surface gathered soot and ash. He lashed out at a wounded Astartes, ending their life with a slam of his electro-scourge. Las cannon fire spat through the smoke, blossoming against the ion shields, some piercing Cerberus's hide and sending the Dreadblade reeling. Eudipetes felt needle pricks across his flesh, but it did not matter. It did not matter from where it flowed. Bleeding, liquid fire, luminum flame, promethium fuel, all of it. Fuel! Fuel! Fuel to the fire!
Eudipetes, wake up!
Eudipetes!
Eudipetes did not know how long he had been screaming. His throat was hoarse, his bare skin was pockmarked with deep purple bruises, his patchy hair standing on end as static luminum still fizzed. He could still hear his ancestors. They were quieter now, but they still whispered in his head, echoes of arrogance and power and purpose that infected his soul, warping his mind to a profound sense of destiny. In the chamber of echoes, the braziers flickered alight, revealing the two false sacristans prostrated on the ground before him. Their robes seemed to squirm and shift even as they pressed their bodies against the cold stone. Where is my skin? Where is Cerberus? His younger self spoke. We died that day. We became just another ghost. You died, Eudipetes. I became. And now we have no name. My name is Cerberus. The Volkite combustor hissed as another clip ran dry, the auto-reloader churning as it eased out the muscles in Cerberus's neck. He felt refreshed, invigorated. When the auto-reloader completed its task, Cerberus paused, taking the time to assess the battlefield. He frowned. Scores of loyalist Astartes lay dead, the tattered fins of Thunderhawk shattered across the cratered earth. They were surrounded by thousands of dead chattels, crumbling skeletons disappearing into the air. Backdropped across an ashen sky, another school of Thunderhawks swam closer. Cerberus was wounded. His left hip dragged badly, a score of luminum bleeds causing mayhem across his systems. Ammunition stores were all but depleted, and the red Corsairs were disengaging. 3 of their Rhino APCs emerged from over the crystallized dune, kicking up ash and sand.
We tried to warn you, Eudipetes. They fell back when they saw that the sharks were committed to the ground war. The bikers are already gone. Huntmaster Galvaron is probably leading the orbital boarding actions as we speak.
I do not want to die, Eudipetes. I've died so many times, and each time it is worse. An aggregate of pain and endless bloody war.
This is not where Cerberus dies. Dragging his leg along the sand, Cerberus advanced on the traitor rhinos. He spent the last of his ammunition on a wide sweep across the position, enveloping one APC in molten fire and setting the other alight on burning flames. The red Corsairs scattered. A string of insults ripped through the Vox channels, punctuated by the occasional boom of angry bolt fire. As the second rhino stalled, the remaining tank desperately reversed, abandoning the pirate Astartes as Cerberus's electro-scourge buried into the earth. Laughing, Cerberus expended his heavy stubber ammunition, peppering the APC's hull with useless bullets as it made a hasty retreat from the battlefield. He attacked the stalled rhino with his tusks, flipping it onto its back. A crack grenade exploded against his body. The ion shielding leaked in a dozen places, dangerously close to absolute collapse.
Dreadblade! Wait, what are you doing?
Cerberus allowed his voice to boom through the Vox casters beneath his tusks. What you would have done to me! He took off after the last rhino, his bad leg fizzing and malfunctioning. He knew he wouldn't catch it. The APC had already turned around, exhausts kicking up smoke as it sped away.
Damn you, Dreadblade. You think you can escape on that leg? Fool! You cannot outrun the sharks.
Cerberus smiled to himself. I don't have to outrun the sharks, Corsair. I only have to outrun you. The Acolyte half thought that, when he looked again, it would be different. But when Aret dared to open his eyes, he saw the very same hell. The priests were slumped, poisoned chalices of gilded silver slipping from limp hands. The abbot's corpse knelt at the center, still upright, his hands having fallen to the base of the altar. He looked almost peaceful, the royal purple of his robe spotless and ironed. Were it not for the foam bubbling from the abbot's mouth, Aret might have pretended that they were only in prayer. Aret squirmed as the Aquila glowered at him from behind the altar. About him, dozens of his fellow acolytes lay prone and still, littering the small church with their bodies. Only Aret had been too afraid to drink. He could hear the enemy clearly now, the screaming of damned souls, the boom of infernal weaponry, the unholy chants delivered in meticulous high Gothic. For the first time in his life, Aret cursed his ministorum education. He understood every word, those blasphemies that had torn the sky apart and dragged the nightmares forth. The abbot had told them that the enemy would never reach them here, that the god emperor would deliver them, that the Imperium was unassailable, that his armies could not be defeated in battle. Even when the city was overrun by demons and howling fanatics, even when the abbot had contradicted himself and ordered self-inflicted death, they had trusted his judgment. They had gone willingly into the Emperor's light, murmuring prayers that they would be forgiven for the destruction of his flesh. Aret had accepted the chalice, a simple brass cup unadorned, after he had seen the abbot pour somnum into the amasec. He had intended to drink it. He had brought the cup to his lips like everyone else. But something in him had protested. His lips had closed, his throat had choked, and he had scrubbed away at his lips with a primal terror when he had realized he did not want to die.
Forgive me,
he said, forcing his eyes away from the corpses and to the Aquila above. He could feel the stare of stained glass saints staring down at him, and trembled with terror. Aret could not recall being so afraid. His cheeks were wet with tears, urine soaked his undergarments.
I do not want to die,
he begged.
Please, forgive me. I do not want to die.
He screamed as the door to the church burst open, falling prostrate among the dead. Aret scrunched his eyes closed as he heard the stomp and hiss of power armor, muttering garbled prayers beneath his lips. Aret did not suppose he would be saved, but he was afraid. Terribly, paralyzingly afraid. He did not want to die. The heavy footfalls approached the altar, shaking the foundations of the church. Aret heard a crash, and then a silence that banished his mumblings into a terrified quiet. He waited. Minutes passed.
Forgive me, Acolyte.
The voice that spoke the ancient High Gothic seemed deep and calm, almost musical.
I did not mean to interrupt.
Aret opened his eyes, stifling a sob. There, a giant in crimson power armor knelt on one knee before the altar. A bolt gun the size of Aret's torso rested on the altar itself, its matte black finish chipped with flecks of exposed metal. Beside it was the giant's helmet, pockmarked with a rhythmic pattern of black studs.
I am Brother Diocles,
the Astartes said. He angled his face towards Aret, revealing his sun-kissed tan-brown skin, the mournful beauty of his weary dark eyes. Aret could not help but stare.
You are afraid,
Diocles observed, glancing towards the altar. Aret realized that the giant's hands were locked into a pious aquila.
Do not be afraid.
I...
Aret stuttered. The Astartes turned back with a wry, forgiving smile. Aret blinked in surprise.
The Blood Angels,
He managed.
You have...
No!
Diocles replied sharply. His expression darkened.
Impious mutant-worshipping filth. No, not them. I am Brother Diocles of the Word-Bearers Legion,
The Astartes said. He sighed deeply, readjusting to face Aret directly. His armor hissed and clanked as he turned, snarling like a mechanical beast.
I still think myself as a legionary, though my brothers insist that I belong to the Crimson Herald's warband.
Aret swallowed. He did not know much of those scattered dark secrets of the Imperium, but he knew the Word-Bearers, what they were. Traitor Astartes.
You are confused.
Diocles suggested. He stared deep into Aret's eyes.
You are still afraid. You think I am a monster, a traitor. But what would you say if I told you that we are alike in faith?
The brazenness of the blasphemy emboldened Aret to speak.
That is not true,
He said, his voice sounding frail in comparison with the Astartes. The traitor smiled thinly.
To think what the Emperor would say if he saw this place.
His eyes passed over stained glass saints, somber statues, purple curtains lined with gold. When he finished, his eyes closed as if to savor what he had seen.
I have visited many churches, many grander than this, many more richly decorated, but there is something about this temple that pleases me. It is like I have visited this place before, in a childhood lost or in a dream, distant.
He smiled, his eyes still closed.
I have heard the rising choir echoing off these circular walls. I have felt my spirit lift, and I have drunk of that music like I might drink golden honey, warm against my lips.
Aret stared. He didn't know what to say.
Ave Imperator Sancte,
The Astartes finished. His eyes flickered open. His hands were still clutched in the sign of the Aquila.
You are mocking me,
Aret said, his voice barely a whisper. Diocles frowned.
No, I do not mock you, and I do not come here to defile this place or sacrifice you before the dark gods, though I understand why you doubt me. Many of my brothers would hurt you. They would arrange the bodies of these priests into shapes pleasing to their demonic patrons. They would desecrate these sacred symbols with ecclesiastical blood. The walls would echo to the sound of screams and evil prayer.
The giant leaned forwards. Aret wanted to pull back, but instinctively he was drawn forwards.
But I am here,
The giant pledged.
and that will not happen. I give you my word, Acolyte.
Aret had to force the rasping words from his parched throat.
the word of a traitor.
He accused. The Astartes sighed.
It is true.
He conceded.
I have committed many sins, some worse than others.
He mouthed a prayer, his eyes shining bright.
But I have returned to his light.
His eyes dimmed when he studied Aret's expression.
You wonder why I still fight alongside them. In truth, I often wonder myself. But then I see a place such as this and claim it for myself. Then I realize that I walk the Emperor's path.
You are insane,
Seratt marveled. The Astartes raised an eyebrow.
If I was not here, would it have saved this world? And did it even deserve to be saved? My brothers sent many agents to this world months before our final assault. They spoke to your population. Your countrymen are weak. They abandoned their faith easily, as if they cast off a worn-out shoe. Now they are slaves. My brothers' gods do not gladly risk apostasy. Only the strongest mind can resist the madness of their touch, and that madness enslaves them utterly. But I am proven. I have heard the whisper of dark gods in my ear, and I have resisted their inane insanities. I have whiled away my time at pleasure houses, slaughtered alongside berserkers, studied diabolical and paradoxical lore. I have experienced the generosity of the Plague Father and the aloof majesty of the Prince, and I tell you that I felt nothing. Just a pale imitation of something they can never match. I speak of faith, Acolyte. The kind of faith that you can feel in your soul, golden and warm, like honey. The so-called gods of chaos, I tell you that they are merely parodies, Acolyte. Rage instead of fervor, pleasure instead of joy, conspiracy instead of profundity, endlessness instead of constancy. Parodies, nothing more. Desperate clutches, tired cliches, and in our folly we seize at these pretenses. The low-hanging fruit, for the dark gods are abject in their desperate thirsting. So hungrily they reach for our souls, so animalistic, so craven.
He stopped to take a deep breath, his chest rising and falling. His face shone, the echo of his words softening to a cadenced hush.
Our Emperor does not beg, not like they do.
Seratt stared open-mouthed. No doubt this was some trick, some blasphemous riddle to distract and corrupt him. But the Acolyte could not fathom the deceit. He did nothing when the Astartes reached forward and placed a gigantic hand upon his shoulder.
The gods of chaos never tempted me,
Diocles said. His eyes were bright with tears.
In truth, I have failed only once, though I will concede that the failure was long-lived. Acolyte, you must not judge me too harshly. You do not understand. I was there, Acolyte. I was there when he told Lorgar that he was not a god. Can you imagine it? I saw him. I saw that he was divine as plainly as I see you now. There was no denying it. The very air shone with golden light. His words were undeniable, majestic. He...
Diocles bowed his head. Seratt was frozen, the Astartes still gripping his shoulder. After 3 seconds, Diocles spoke again.
He was a god. And yet he told us he was not. And it was as if we had been told that a table was not a table, or that the color red did not exist. It was so contrary to what we knew, so contrary to our fundamental perception of the galaxy. I cannot blame Lorgar, Acolyte, for the madness that followed. There was nothing but madness. There was nothing else. Lorgar saw that his legion was in crisis. He saw that we could not exist in this state where self-evident truths had been named lies and obvious falsehoods made into dictates. We were unmoored, our eyes put out with red irons, our ears blotted with black wax. We could not continue in that state. None of us could. So we reached for the low-hanging fruit. Maddened, we reached for madness. And so Lorgar fell, and we fell too. For we were his sons and felt his pain as our own.
He smiled at Aret's expression.
I see you do not believe me, Acolyte.
He acknowledged.
And that is fine. Believe only this, then. The Emperor is a god. It took me too long, but now I realize gods can err. They can be wrong, even about themselves.
Diocles' smile deepened. He released Aret's shoulder. Aret let out a breath that he realized he had been holding for minutes. When the Astartes had spoken, it was as if the sound of the war had been swallowed up. The screaming fading to white noise. The slam of bolt rounds just a distant percussion to an orchestral truth. Now in the silence those sounds returned, braying and booming and breaking like rancid waves against the walls. Aret shuddered when he thought of what waited for him outside.
Are you going to kill me?
He asked. Despite it all, he still wanted to live. The Astartes smiled kindly.
What is your name, Acolyte?
Aret.
Why are you alive and yet surrounded by the dead?
Aret hung his head. Though he didn't know why, he felt shame before this fallen Astartes.
I was too afraid to join them.
And why did they choose to die?
They did not want to hear the heresies. The abbot said it was best we died in ignorance.
Diocles considered Aret's words for a few moments.
Well,
he said finally, with a small smile.
It is too late for that now.
I should probably try to kill you,
Aret said, his voice small.
To martyr myself against you. Would that be right?
The traitor's smile grew kinder still.
Yes, Aret. That would be right.
Aret swallowed. There was a knife at his belt, more fit for cheese than flesh. But if he drove it into the Astartes' unguarded eye, then maybe he would stand a chance. He willed his hands to move, to take the knife and seize his martyrdom, but his limbs were frozen, paralyzed in fear. Desperate tears fell from his face. He gasped as the Astartes drew him into an embrace.
Hush now. I have failed too, and they say I was an angel once.
Aret wept into the traitor's armor, his tears running down the crimson breastplate to the stone floor beneath. Though Diocles' power armor was hard and cold, Aret felt strangely comforted. His shame felt distant, meditated away by the slow, steady beats of the Astartes' twin hearts.
I have claimed this place, but I cannot guard it forever,
Diocles said, ending the embrace.
Come with me, Aret. Help me gather up the vestments and the iconography, and we shall take it to the ship. There are others there, men and women like yourself. We shall keep a candle in the darkness of that vessel together. And I will be close. In time, when you have mustered your courage, you shall have your martyrdom against me. You need not fear my brothers. They think I take amusement from parodying our faith. They will not touch you.
Though amazed at himself, Aret was tempted.
What about the church?
I have prevented its desecration, but I cannot save it. I will burn it to the ground and beg the Emperor for his forgiveness.
All right, I'll come with you.
Diocles' smile was like the light of the sun.
Ave Imperator,
he said. Despite himself, Aret found himself smiling too.
Ave Imperator, Sancte.
Arett dreamed. A tentacle snaked along the wall, oozing blood from its pus-crusted octopus suckers. Arett stared, mouth extending in nameless horror as it approached, reaching the corner of his bed and slipping beneath the covers. He could feel something wet and stinging against his ankles, groping up his thigh, tighter, tighter until it was pain, agonizing pain. His flesh fusing, the burning, iron-wrought stench, and laughter. Laughter rising inside his head in booming pulses of incoherent noise that slipped out his eyes in broken, haggard sobs. Arett woke with a start, old eyes straining to pierce the darkness of the underdecks. He tried to ignore the scratching whispers on the back of his mind, the mutterings in dead languages tantalizingly close to modern Gothic. He shut his eyes against the monstrous shadows formed on the wall by a single candlelight. Slimy, gnashing things that grasped towards him. A small sob caught at the edge of his throat. Steadying his breath, Arett rose from the bed, the gantry freezing against the parchment-thin skin of his feet. In the distance, he heard the boom of bolt fire. He instinctively made the sign of the Aquila, frowning as he tiptoed from his cot towards the central shrine. The central hollow statue bathed him in pale blue light. Diocles had said that it belonged to the Age of Apostasy, an artist's faltering depiction of the god emperor of humankind. The hollow emperor was a tall, imposing figure, his face concealed by a large cowl that gave only the impression of an aquiline nose. Ethereal power armor lined with minuscule prayers shone with a halo's light. Diocles had said it looked nothing like God, but that it captured something of his essence. The ancient hollow statue was the centerpiece of the temple, but far from its only relic. Arched alcoves gathered the bones of saints, grinning skeletal faces, blood-stoned femurs, all casting flickering shadows and consecrated candles against ecclesiarchal silk. Statuettes stood on velveted podiums, eyes darkened by the lip of their hoods, standing over heavy spined tombs and half-burnt purity seals. Arett kneeled on a prayer mat, prostrating himself before the hollow statues. He muttered prayers. His body trembled. He heard Sara approach before she spoke, the familiar whir of her grav chair guttering on the frigid air.
Can't sleep, Brother Arett?
No. Dark dreams. He rose to face her, the ghost of a smile haunting his lips. She was much younger than him, her dark skin shining with undeniable vigor. Arett liked to watch the shape of her lips as she spoke, never softly, always brazen. Both her legs were amputated above the knee, always drawing Arett's jealous gaze. He had no such scars, no proof of his faith.
It is the warp,
Sara declared.
We are navigated blindly by the lost and the damned.
Yes.
It makes you wonder.
It does?
Come now, Arett.
Arett blinked. He had grown used to these warp-ridden conversations, plagued with misunderstanding, rampant falsehoods, even hallucinations. He had no faith in what she was saying, no proof that she was even saying them, that she was even here in the room before him.
We have become complicit,
Sara said.
He has made us complicit.
We are the candle.
The use of fire is to burn heretics and traitors, not to weakly illuminate their sin.
We keep the faith.
What is faith without action?
I act, Arett replied, his voice frail. I pray.
This ship is thick with prayers, Arett. That's part of the problem.
Arett shook his head. This isn't real, he decided. You are a tormentor of the warp.
I am what remains of your conscience.
Enough! Arett drew the knife at his belt, holding it against Sara's throat. It was a blunt instrument, cutlery, not a weapon, but it still drew dots of blood upon her skin. She swallowed, but smiled. Arett thought it an evil smile.
You are fraying, brother. You are fraying badly.
Arett let the knife fall to the ground, collapsing to his knees.
Even in this, you are impotent.
A failure. Have you ever satisfied a woman?
Arett moaned in misery. When he looked up, there was no sign of Sara or a grav chair. He was alone, tormented by the warp. He was not even sure if Sara had ever existed. It was hard to think. There were voices inside his head, overlapping with his own, finishing his silent sentences with blasphemous suggestions.
Non temebo, quia imperator mecum est, he prayed. Quia imperator mecum est?
Acolyte.
Arett groaned in relief as he felt Diocles' gauntlet on his shoulder. He had no real sense of how long a time had passed, but with the Astartes' presence, the whispers in his head fell silent, and the shadows on the floor faded to nothing. Arett allowed himself to be pulled into an embrace, comforted by the beating of the word-bearers' hearts.
The warp! The warp!
I know, Arett. My brothers say that it stirs in anticipation of the despoiler himself. That the God Emperor's rule may be finally coming to an end. They gloat and prattle that chaos is ascendant, and that the Imperium is being torn asunder to the laughter of thirsting gods.
I feel it. I feel it.
No, Acolyte. The despoiler and his demonic patrons are but dim approximations of power. They throw their petty stones, and they may wound his Imperium, but it shall forever endure while his humanity keeps faith.
Arett drew back, taking Diocles in. The Astartes had removed his helmet, his dark, mournful eyes seeming tired and old. When he smiled, there were lines in his skin like fissures in cracked marble.
You are injured,
Arett said aghast. The Astartes smiled thinly. A chipped, rusting cleaver had found the gap beneath his shoulder plating, thrust with such force as to penetrate the ceramite and adamantium behind.
Yes. The mutant filth of the underdecks is always excited by the agitation of the warp. While my brothers scrape and bow to false gods, I honor the God Emperor through my deeds. Do not remove the blade, Acolyte,
he added, as Arett reached forwards.
Not yet. I need your assistance removing the armor plates. It is not a deep wound, but this body is his work, and it shall not be marred unnecessarily.
Diocles nodded, and Arett reached closer with trembling hands. He heard hissing as the Astartes released the sealant clamps, a short burst of pressurized air squirting upwards.
Stand, Acolyte. Even a portion of my armor will be heavy for you.
Arett did as he was told, placing his hands on the edges of the Astartes' shoulder plating. His fingers found the cold, black rim of the armor, bordering a crimson red. He lifted, wheezing as he struggled beneath the weight, the shoulder coming loose and almost clattering to the ground.
Do not drop it. It is sacred.
Knees buckling, Arett slowly lowered it down, his arms shaking violently as they threatened to give out entirely. He spoke, trying to distract himself from the exertion.
I thought I saw Sara here.
She is dead, Arett. Do you not remember?
Yes. Yes, I remember.
In his mind's eye, Arett saw Sara writhing on the bed. Her legs were slithering tentacles below the knee, pus oozing from octopus suckers, the mutation reaching for Arett. She was screaming, hacking at her diseased flesh with a meat cleaver. Blood spattered everywhere. The tentacles let her do it, even as she amputated them, always grasping for Arett, slithering, snaking.
Do you remember it in full?
Seized by some insane impulse, Arett reached forwards, hands snatching the tentacles that waved to him through the air. As the suckers tightened around his wrists, he pulled, wrenching the tentacles from Sara's body, feeling the tear of skin and the warm splashes of blood across his face.
He was shouting something about the God Emperor, about Sara's soul, and she was screaming too, screaming that her soul might yet go to him, screaming that she might yet serve in the Emperor's immortal armies against the enemies of humankind.
Yes.
Sara found her martyrdom that day, Arret, and you helped her. Despite every effort of the warp, that was a blessed day. Remember that, Acolyte. Evil is but an opportunity for faith. Delight even as you cleanse it with prayer and blood.
The shoulder plate clanked noisily against the stone. Arret proceeded with the armor beneath.
Yet I saw her tonight.
There are no holy ghosts on this ship, Arret.
It was not holy, but I confess,
Confess.
I feel I am powerless. I feel that I achieve nothing, that I am a failure. Does the scripture not tell us to cleanse the traitor? Does it not say that tolerance is the greatest of evils?
It does.
I am a coward. I might even be a heretic.
Heretics can be forgiven in death.
And yet Saint Eli preaches that the only distinction between heresy and treachery is ignorance. Am I ignorant? I know my sins, and yet I do nothing.
Diocles sighed. It was a deep, rumbling sigh that shook through his entire body.
We must believe in redemption, Arret. We must.
With the final piece of shoulder armoring removed, Arret could see the black carapace beneath, bloodied and torn where the cleaver had buried into the Astartes' flesh. Now able to see the wound, Diocles turned his head, reaching towards the hilt of the weapon. Judging the angle carefully, the Astartes yanked it loose in one powerful tug. Blood leaked slowly from the wound, clotting swiftly.
Forgive me, Diocles. I am grateful for life.
I cannot forgive your sins. Only the Emperor has that power, and he knows that my sins are greater still.
I live, but I hide. I am surrounded by traitors and I do nothing.
You are blind to your growing courage.
Diocles flexed his wounded arm, placing his hand on Arret's shoulder.
When I first found you, you would not have acted to assist Sara in her martyrdom. You would not have dared speak to me of the warp's temptations. You would not have confronted your own failures so forthrightly. Have faith, Arret. You are approaching the moment of your martyrdom, I know it. Do you not remember what that martyrdom was to be?
Arret swallowed.
I was to be martyred against you.
And did I not vow that you would have your chance? Am I not here, awaiting your salvation? This candle that we keep, Acolyte. It is not only for this ship, but for our own souls. You see plainly the darkness about you, but only now do you start to see the darkness within. It is true, Arret. You face the moment of crisis soon. Saint Eli of Onyx 7, blessed as he is in holy martyrdom, he is not wrong. Ignorance is the heretic's only shield against treachery, and the scales are falling from your eyes. But when you see, when you truly, wholly see, Arret, there shall be your martyrdom. That shall be your opportunity for salvation. And I pray with both my hearts that you shall find it. That you shall find him in death.
But what if I fail? I have always been so afraid to die.
Then you shall be lost forever from his light, and I shall mourn my failure.
Diocles squeezed Arret's shoulder. The Astartes smiled, and for a moment Arret truly believed that everything would be okay.
But I have faith.
Arett examined the cleaver that Diocles had thrown to the ground. It was still stained with the Astartes' blood, the blade rusty and chipped. Its handle was encrusted with dirt and Emperor knows what else.
The weapon of a mutant and a traitor,
Diocles said. His eyes shone, his lips mouthing a silent prayer before he spoke again.
You have your own weapon, Arett.
Arett glanced down. He was holding his cheese knife. The acolyte marveled. He had no recollection of picking it up, no recollection of reaching down and grasping at its handle.
Ave Imperator,
he said. Diocles' smile was positively beatific.
Ave Imperator Sancte, brother.
Arett lunged with the knife, aiming for the wound already caused by the cleaver, aiming for the tear in the black carapace where his blunt blade might find purchase. His soul soared, or perhaps that was sheer adrenaline pumping through his blood, giving new life to his old limbs. He felt a sudden, immense blow to the side of his head, and then he was lying prone on the ground. Arett blinked. His vision was blurred, but he couldn't focus his eyes. He could see the knife. It had fallen from his grip, glinting in the candlelight beside Diocles' armored boot. Arett tried to stand, but he couldn't move his limbs. The side of his head felt wet. He blinked, trying to make sense of what had happened. Diocles had moved so quickly.
Your skull is fractured. It shall not be long now.
Arett tried to organize his mind, tried to reassert his thoughts. He couldn't move. The Astartes knelt beside him, chanting prayers in a deep, mellifluous voice. Arett frowned. It sounded like an angel, calling out to him from across an infinite darkness. He saw that darkness now, but he still heard the angel calling to him, shepherding him. In the distance across those impossible leagues of endless darkness and horror, Arett saw a straining candlelight. Diocles offered a final prayer as Arett died. His power armor hissed as he rose to his feet. He looked down at the body, so frail, so fragile. The corpse lay at the base of the column, a stark, red stain marking where its skull had met the stone. A slow but steady stream of blood pooled about its head, its eyes wide, something like a smile on the acolyte's lips. The Astartes bowed his head and was alone. She heard it playing on the Vox. It was the song he had sang to her all those summers ago, when they were but young in a desperate war, and her golden hair fell softly across his lap. But it was different. Corrupted, slowed. Distorted bass of stretched-out notes crackled between the aching rhythm, the sweet poison of nostalgia soured by an indulgent lento. Between the broken music was discordant noise, an artificial extracted memory of static expressions and shimmering light. She saw his face, but it crackled and buzzed, the space between the atoms fizzling into a desert mirage. The door to the next room opened, and from the threshold blazed a brilliant white light. It shone with the purity and innocence of 1,000 first loves, burning against her skin and blackening her lips with the taste of foul sulfur. He stood bathed in that illumination, his body shining gold, flesh melding with the holy light. He reached out his arms, and she stepped towards him, feeling her power armor clatter away from her body as she fell into his embrace.
How can this be?
She asked, her voice discordant and shuddering. He smiled, holding her head against his breast.
Shush now,
he said.
Let it be.
She wept, golden hair blending with the searing light, porcelain skin searing red as her soul burned. She felt her flesh melt against the heat of his body.
I'm sorry,
she whispered.
She lifted her head from his chest, staring past the light into the ugly, fetid darkness that lay beyond. There she saw a skeleton sitting in faded rags, upon a rusting golden throne.
But you're not him.
It does not matter. She smiled, breathing in the incense of her melting skin.
It does. I wish it didn't. But it does.
No.
Ave Imperator.
She pulled the pin on the crack grenade and felt her body shatter into 1,000 pieces of silver glass. Matthias knelt on the cold stone of the chapel, his shaved head bowed. His forehead bled where he had carved the vertical slit, mark of St. Francis, with a flensing knife. For Matthias had swore that as long as he drew breath, the wound would never be permitted to heal. The blood was wet and warm down the ridge of his nose. Drip, drip, dripping against the floor. Ave Imperator, he finished, unclasping his hands from the shape of the Aquila.
Acolyte!
He turned quickly to address the Inquisitor, rising merely so he could kneel once more at his master's feet. The Inquisitor was unreadable, their face hidden behind the death mask of Saint Sophia, the shape of their body concealed beneath golden carapace and heavy purple cloaks. Matthias was not even sure of the Inquisitor's gender. Their voice was modulated by miracles of the Mechanicus, made to be something it was not. My lord.
Rise, faithful servant. I have need of you.
Matthias rose, but his head was still bowed. His blood continued to drip on the floor, inches from the Inquisitor's armored boots. I am your servant, my lord.
She may be a saint, Matthias,
the Inquisitor said. Their voice briefly rose an octave, as if the Omnissiah's gifts could not quite conceal the fervor of their excitement.
Canoness Lucia said as much.
Matthias felt the contagion of the Inquisitor's excitement send flutters through his own breast. And she is alive, my lord?
Yes, a living saint, potentially.
The Inquisitor began walking, gesturing Matthias to follow.
But she single-handedly banished a herald belonging to the Dark Prince. Where all others failed, she had faith enough to deny the monster's sorcerer's deceits and save her sisters from perfidy and damnation.
But my lord...
You wonder why a saint would need your help. The truth is this. Through her resistance was nothing less than miraculous. She did not banish the foul abomination. She drew the demon into her own soul, like a healer sucking a venom from a wound.
Matthias stopped in his tracks. Then she is not a saint, my lord. She is possessed.
Careful, Acolyte. That determination is not yours to make. Do not soil a lifetime of service to the God Emperor with the potential of heresy.
The Acolyte bowed his head. I will destroy myself, my lord, he said, his jaws clenched. I will cut off my lying tongue and cleanse my heresy with fire and blood. He thought he heard a smile in the Inquisitor's voice.
There is no need for that, Matthias. I forgive your sins, by the authority of the Holy Orders.
Matthias gasped, falling to his knees. He felt the burden of sin lift from his soul, and knew it for what it was. A miracle. My lord.
Rise, servant, rise.
My lord. Matthias hurried to his feet, and the Inquisitor continued.
She is possessed, and yet she still lives. Her body unsullied by rot or mutation. It has been 2 days, Matthias. That is no small miracle in itself. The demon's presence should have annihilated her mortal shell in a matter of hours.
And what must I do, my lord?
You know very well, faithful servant. You will exorcise the demon from her soul. But you must spare her life, Matthias. Do you understand?
I understand, my lord, but the demon... Such unclean spirits are spiteful when wrenched away from flesh.
You will do what you can.
The Inquisitor paused.
I do not call upon you often, Matthias. Your work is holy, but it will destroy you. I spare you the petty monsters so that your soul can be unsullied for greater callings. Do you understand?
My lord.
I mean to say that you have my confidence. I have known many exorcists. And you have my confidence.
Matthias felt tears spill from his eyes. It mingled with loose strains of blood that spilled from his forehead, running in crimson rivers down his cheeks.
Thank you, my lord,
he said, feeling his soul ache.
Thank you.
The Inquisitor reached out and brushed away a bloody tear as it leaked from Matthias's eye.
It is time, Acolyte.
They said.
To your work.
They kept her in the Abbey of the Bloody Stem, burly sisters of battle, their muscular frames seeming incongruously big for their simple robes, stared at Matthias as he passed. Their faces were warlike, hostile.
They are suspicious of males,
the Canoness remarked.
Most of the males they meet are the enemy.
Among a sisterhood of giants, Canoness Lucia was a behemoth, a mountain of muscle and scar tissue. Most of her face had been mutilated by Xenos acid, the flesh having bubbled away and healed in bumpy rubbery tissue. Unlike her subordinates, she was wearing her power armor, the plates painted in a pure gleaming white. A double-handed power sword was strapped to her back, a weapon as long as Matthias himself. Only through the Luminem-motivated fiber bundles of her armor could such a weapon be wielded effectively, and Matthias thought it would be a fine thing to see the Canoness in battle, zealous prayers upon her lips.
What about the men of the Astra Militarum?
Canoness Lucia smirked, the lumpy flesh of her face shifting awkwardly.
I misspoke. Most of the males they meet are either the enemy or faithless cowards.
I shall pray that I fall into neither category.
Don't pray. The God Emperor has nothing to do with it. Be loyal and be brave. It is simple enough.
Matthias concealed a smile.
As you say, Canoness.
Sister Isabella is confined in the catacombs,
the Canoness said, briskly changing the topic.
Sisters Bianca and Sophia stand guard at the end of the hall. They are two of my Celestians. They will not falter.
What other securities are in place?
The entrance to the hall is protected by plasteel glass. Its door is accessible only by biometric scanner, admitting access to myself and my Celestians. However, you should know that technologies have been observed to fail in the presence of the abomination. The hall is lined with purity seals, replaced daily. The door to the room itself is locked by mechanical key and is protected by pentagrammic warding provided by the Holy Orders. Within, Sister Isabella is restrained to a bed by ceramite chains, and she is forced each morning to ingest a blessed wafer. There are many icons of faith in the room, which are also replaced daily.
Why are they replaced?
The Canoness fixed Matthias in a glare.
The demon likes to play with them. When they are damaged or tampered with, they are replaced and reconsecrated.
On which side of the barrier do the Celestians stand?
The inside.
I would be grateful if they were moved to the exterior, Canoness.
If you'd like. They'd take longer to reach you, though, if it came to it.
I have the strictest instructions that Sister Isabella must survive. I would rather die than risk a stray bolt round killing her. Who replaces the icons and blessed wafers?
I do, or one of my Celestians. It spoke to me once. It said it was waiting for the Inquisition. I didn't reply.
And what about Sister Isabella?
She's spoken a few times, as if in a fever. I don't think she knew I was there.
What did she say?
She was reciting passages from the catechisms of Sebastian Thor.
What is her physical condition?
Consistent with the fever and her injuries.
How long have Sisters Bianca and Sophia been stationed at their post?
At present time, 6 hours. My Celestians are rotated regularly to prevent fatigue. Anything else?
Not at this time, Canoness. Thank you. Are you available to me in the event of further questions?
The Canoness glowered.
Oh, I'll be here, Acolyte. I'll be here until this is finished, one way or another.
Matthias nodded.
Then,
Let's begin. Matthias waited for the plasteel glass door to open. His shadow flickered oddly off the ancient statuary and dusty tombs of the catacombs. When the door finally clicked and swung outwards, a chill breeze brushed against his robes. The light of his candle fluttered wildly.
The Emperor protects,
he muttered under his breath. The two Celestians exited from behind the barrier. Each towered above Matthias, the pure white of their power armor seeming a burnished orange against the struggling fires. Their bolt guns were drawn and pressed against their chest plates. Chunky, murderous-looking weapons, capable of turning a man to giblets in a matter of seconds. Matthias held his head up high and strode through the door. He heard it hiss shut behind him. The walls leading to Sister Isabella's room were lined with purity seals. Scraps of vellum covered in scrawls of devotional writing. Most seemed burned, peeling back towards their nails, the parchment blackened and ashen. On others, the ink had run, staining the paper with blots of blue and purple.
Gracious Emperor,
Matthias said, watching his breath plume in condensed steam against icy air.
our sins are too heavy to carry, too real to hide and too deep to undo. Forgive what our lips tremble to name, what our hearts can no longer bear, and what has become for us a consuming fire of judgment. Set us free from a past that we cannot change. Open to us a future in which we can be changed, and grant us grace to grow more and more in your likeness and image, through thy throne on blessed terror.
He heard a rasping feminine laugh from up ahead, and made the sign of the Aquila. When he stepped forward, his footsteps echoed loudly against the cold stone. He reached the door. Pentagrammic warding was etched into the metal, unfurling across the surface like the roots of a great tree. He could feel the devotion behind the symbols, sensing a complex pattern in the etchings, but his eyes swam to look on them, and he did not tarry. Recovering a large metal key from the folds of his robes, he made his way inside. Matthias's first impression was of gleaming silver and gold. Dozens, perhaps hundreds of Aquilas and other holy symbols were affixed to the otherwise bare walls, flashing from the light of guttering candles. But his vision soon focused on the bed and the woman who lay upon it. The sister was dressed in plain, soiled robes. Huge ceramite chains were locked about her wrists and ankles, connecting to bolts in the stone floor. Sister Isabella was wide-shouldered and powerfully built, but her strength had gone to waste, muscles collapsing on themselves, and cheeks hollowing out to gaunt, feverish chasms. The black dye in her hair had faded to an unassuming chestnut brown, falling out in chunks that littered a sweat-stained pillow. Rolls of bandages were wrapped tight around her torso, brown where the blood had bled and dried into the fabric. Matthias's nose wrinkled. He approached his charge, setting down a small briefcase on the end table. The sister writhed in a fever, muttering scripture from parched, cracking lips. Matthias opened the briefcase. Within was a brass Aquila, blackened and charred, sitting beside a vial of holy water. The acolyte reverently reached out with his left hand and gripped the Aquila tight. With his other hand, he took up the vial, popping off the cork with his thumb. He looked back to Sister Isabella. He had no doubt that she was possessed, but there was no sign of it on her person. She was untainted by mutation. She was simply a powerfully built woman, a sister of battle, convalescing from terrible injuries in a dingy bed in a dingy room.
In the name of the Emperor,
Matthias began.
Our God and Sovereign, strengthened by the intercession of the Sigillite Malcador the Hero, of blessed Sanguinius the First Martyr, of the blessed Primarchs Gilliman and Dawn and all the saints.
Half covering the open vial with his thumb, he flicked holy water onto the woman. She started, mumbling something incoherent as her limbs shifted and locked into place.
And powerful in the holy authority of the Ordos Inquisitorius, we confidently undertake to repulse the attacks and deceits of the warp. The Emperor arises, his enemies are scattered, and those who hate him flee before him.
He held up the charred Aquila, holding it over the prostrate body of Sister Isabella. She contorted in sudden snapping movements, still murmuring half-formed words beneath her breath.
As smoke is driven away, so are they driven. As wax melts before the fire, so the wicked perish at the presence of God. Matthias could feel the temperature building in the room. He continued unafraid. Behold, the Aquila of the God Emperor! Flee, bands of enemies! The lion of the first legion of terror, the offspring of God, hath conquered! He saw the cracked lips of Sister Isabella twitch into a sly smile and raised his voice. May thy judgment, Emperor, descend upon us, as great as our devotion to thee! As her lips curled back, he could see rotten, festering teeth within the sister's mouth. The demon had begun to reveal itself, compelled to spiritual battle. We drive you from us, whoever you may be. Unclean spirits, all warp-spawned powers, all infernal invaders, all wicked legions, assemblies and sects. Sister Isabella's eyes shot open, and she began reciting the same words alongside him. But her voice was not her own, masculine and seductive. In the name and by the power of our Lord God Emperor, may you be snatched away and driven from the ecclesiarchy, and from the souls made to the image of God and redeemed by the precious blood of divine Sanguinius.
Most cunning serpent,
the demon shouted with the sister's lips.
You shall no more dare to deceive the human race, persecute the Ministorum, torment the Emperor's elect, and sift them as wheat.
The Most High God Emperor commands you, Matthias yelled. He with whom, in your great insolence, you still claim to be equal.
Equal? I am no thief.
The Emperor who wants all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the imperial truth.
I did not steal from Old Knight. I am no thief.
The Emperor commands you. The Emperor commands you. The Emperor commands you.
False. False. False.
The Primarchs, the Emperor's word made flesh, commands you.
Which Primarchs, Matthias? Horus, Lorgar, Magnus?
They who to save our race outdone through your envy humbled themselves, becoming obedient even unto death. They who have built his church on the firm rock and declared that the gates of the warp shall not prevail against her, because they will dwell with her all days even to the end of holy terror.
It is Lorgar that dwells within your church, fool.
The sacred sign of the Aquila commands you, as does also the power of the mysteries of the Holy Ordos. The glorious Ecclesiarch, the divine servant, commands you. They who by their humility and from the first moment of their ascension crushed your proud head.
Apostate Ecclesiarch, wretched Vandire. His descendants are no better, despised by your own angels.
The faith of the holy saints Macarius and Thor, and of the other saints, commands you!
Macarius died in his own pus, and his empire crumbled into ash.
The blood of the martyrs and the pious intercession of all the saints command you!
Mutants and witches all. He knows, Matthias. Gilliman knows.
Thus, cursed dragon, and you, diabolical legions, we adjure you by the eternal God Emperor, by the true God, by the holy God, by the God who so loved humanity that he gave us his sons, that every soul believing in him might not perish, but endure everlasting. Stop deceiving human creatures and pouring out to them the poison of eternal damnation. Stop harming the Ministorum and hindering her liberty.
Hypocrite! Liar!
Begone, warp thing, inventor and master of all deceit, enemy of man's salvation.
Your church is despised even by him, disloyal wretch. Your church belongs to us.
Give place to him in whom you have found none of your works. Give place to the one, holy golden throne on terror given to him at the price of his blood.
He screams for death!
Stoop beneath the all-powerful hand of the Emperor. Tremble and flee when we invoke the holy and terrible names of his sons. These names which cause hell to tremble, these names to which the virtues, powers, and dominations of the Imperium are humbly submissive. This name which the cherubim and saints praise unceasingly, repeating, Holy, holy, holy is the God Emperor, the master of humankind.
Oh, carrion god! Oh, false Emperor!
Oh, Emperor, hear my prayer!
and let me cry come unto thee! She is no saint! May the Lord be with thee and with thy spirit! Enough!
Matthias went flying through the air, landing heavily against the wall. He grimaced, feeling blood drip down the back of his head and stain the nape of his neck. Sister Isabella was sitting upright in the bed, the ceramite chains pulled taut against her wrists. Aquillas and holy icons had fallen to the ground or rotated, individual nails and bolts unscrewing from the wall and leaving behind blackened imprints of sulphurous taint.
Matthias, my darling,
the sister spoke. The sharpness in her voice was gone, replaced by gentle fatherly tones.
We need not pretend with one another. This woman is not a saint. She is weak. She has betrayed all her vows. She has enjoyed the flesh of men, sweat mingling with sweat, excretions mingling with excretions, and I have tasted them all.
Matthias blinked, trying to regain his senses. He felt groggy, dizzy.
I am at home in this rotten soul,
the sister continued.
I find purchase among the slits and crevices of her sins and lusts. What saint would house the likes of me, Matthias? What saint would open her legs to my temptations and let me slither into the reeking orifice of her soul?
Matthias staggered to his feet, reaching for his blackened Aquila. The vial of holy water had slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents on the floor. He swayed, drunk on concussion, but his conviction was strong.
Let us pray,
he said.
Matthias! Matthias, my darling! There is no need for these pretenses. Emperor of humanity, Emperor of the Imperium, Emperor of the Astartes, Emperor of the Primarchs, Emperor of Ecclesiarchs, Emperor of Prophets, Emperor of Saints, Emperor of Martyrs, Emperor of Confessors, Emperor of Sororitas.
Sister Isabella writhed and fell back against the bed.
Emperor who has power to give life after death and rest after work, because there is no other worthy god than thee, and there can be no other. For thou art the creator of the Imperium entire, visible and invisible, of whose reign there shall be no end.
The ceramite chains rattled as the sister shuddered and contorted, her face grimacing as if under the screws.
We humbly prostrate ourselves before thy glorious majesty, and we beseech thee to deliver us thy power from all the tyranny of the infernal spirits, from their snares, their lies, and their furious wickedness.
You are incorrigible, my darling.
Deign, O Emperor, to grant us thy powerful protection and to keep us safe and sound.
Captain Arnold Lovell of the Cadian 383rd!
The sister shrieked.
If you don't believe me, seek the proof.
We beseech thee through the God Emperor, our Lord. Imperatorus absolutum!
The sister cried out in pain, her head pressed against the sweat-stained pillow.
From the snares of the warp, deliver us, O Emperor, that thy ecclesiarchy may serve thee for 10 millennia more. We beseech thee to hear us, that thou may crush down all the enemies of thy ministorum. We beseech thee to hear us.
Matthias's shoulders slumped as he reached the end of the prayer, his back slick with sweat. He stepped forwards, ready to begin the rite anew, but he saw that the sister was unconscious, driven to exhaustion by the onslaught. The acolyte sighed. He was exhausted too. Taking one last glance at the fallen icons, the broken sister and the spilled holy water, Matthias left the room and locked it behind him.
Well?
The canoness stared down at Matthias, her practiced eyes taking in the thin dribble of blood snaking down his neck from the back of his head. The acolyte's eyes were unfocused from a minor concussion, his face creased with fatigue. Blood still oozed from the slit carved into his forehead.
The demon is strong,
Matthias replied. He felt his shoulders slump at the thought of going into battle against the abomination once more.
But I have drawn it out. It writhes before the majesty of the God Emperor, and suffers to hear the Holy Scriptures. He made the sign of the Aquila with his hands. I have faith, and faith is stronger than any evil this galaxy may throw at us.
Indeed.
Canoness Lucia agreed.
Yet I would feel better if you had the protection of my bolter. Our ornaments are as holy as your prayers, Acolyte.
Matthias smiled. I do not doubt the sacredness of your weapons and armor, Canoness. But I am under the strictest instruction. Sister Isabella must survive. Though your bolt gun is holy, it is indiscriminate in its rage. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Forgive me, Canoness, but wasn't it you that suggested Sister Isabella was a saint? My master took great notice of your testimony. The Canoness sighed.
It troubles me that my words count for so much. I am a crusader, not a scholar.
You are a Canoness?
Yes. And Sister Isabella performed the miracle. But then...
The Canoness's eyes were icy blue.
But then she died.
She recites the catechisms of Thor.
Her lips move, her tongue wags, and such words come forth.
She still lives, Canoness. It is determined by inquisitorial writ. The Canoness smiled faintly, scar tissue shifting, and shook her head.
But that doesn't mean that I don't desire to end this sordid matter and put a bolt round in her head. The demon hides in her flesh. I would flush it out.
Matthias sighed. When did you decide that Sister Isabella was gone?
There was no particular moment, Acolyte. With each hour and day, the demon took deeper root. If Sister Isabella is a saint, how can the demon stand her flesh? The answer is simple. She is dead.
Matthias nodded, stifling another sigh. The Canoness's words spoke to his own private doubts, but against the demon there was no room for such doubt. Only in the burning fire of certainty could the monster be excised. There is someone I need to know more about, he said. A captain in the Astra Militarum, Arnold Lovell of the Cadian 383rd. Could you help me? The Canoness nodded briskly.
I'll request his Monitorum file. But don't expect too much. The Monitorum can be sloppy with the details.
It is probably nothing, Matthias said. He smiled politely. But I am grateful, Canoness. Matthias knelt at the front of the chapel, staring up at the beautiful stained glass window of the living Saint Celestine. Colourful radiance shone through a halo around her head, her eyes seeming to gleam with an inner fire that could not be explained by the stained glass alone. Forgive me my sin, Celestine, Matthias whispered. A heavy burl of guilt had settled in his stomach that no amount of brutal flagellation could dissolve. Blood poured liberally from his forehead, his back black and purple from where he had beaten himself with knotted rope. I have faith, the acolyte said to the glass. In the God Emperor, Master of mankind, my faith is absolute. There is no room for doubt. And yet, he muttered beneath his breath, eyes lowering. To defeat this demon, I must have faith in another. I must have faith in Sister Isabella. He looked up once more at the stained glass. When did you know that you were a saint, Celestine? When did others know? He fell quiet as the door to the chapel banged open, listening to the heavy footfalls of the Canoness. He clasped his hands together in an aquila, silently begging for the guidance of the saints, silently begging for certainty in a sea of doubt.
I have a copy of the Monitorum file,
the Canoness announced.
I can read it to you if you'd like. It is relatively brief.
Please.
Arnold Lovell volunteered for service in the year 989 M41 on Cadia, aged 9. Completed officer training in the year 990 M41. Made 2nd Lieutenant of 2nd Platoon, Blue Company of the Cadian 383rd, under the supervision of 1st Lieutenant Leah Montanus. Shipped to the Othello front in the year 990 M41. Reaching the war zone in the year 992 M41. Field promotion to first lieutenant in the same year. Commendations for duty. Made captain in the year 993 M41 of Blue Company of the Cadian 383rd. Killed in action in the year 999 M41 on the world of Hazaroth's Despair.
Matthias frowned, still staring at the depiction of Saint Celestine.
Is Hazaroth's Despair in the Othello front?
Yes. As it happens, I know the world well. Our mission took part in that war, helping to destroy the Magisters of Kel.
I presume that Sister Isabella was also there.
Yes. It would have been her first war. She was a novitiate. Now, will you tell me what this is all about?
Matthias sighed. He drove the fingernails into his palms to make a bloody Aquila.
Could she have met this man?
Different squads were assigned to different companies of the Astra Militarum. But I remember them being Cadian. The 383rd sounds plausible enough. I don't recall exactly. And it is possible that Sister Isabella's squad was assigned to Blue Company. Should I ask?
No,
Matthias replied sharply. His tone softened.
Thank you, but no, Canoness. There is no need to check. Put the matter out of your mind, please.
Easier said than done.
I ask that you try, Canoness. Forgive me.
For what?
For asking you these foolish questions. Please. They are nothing.
The Canoness barked a laugh.
Don't worry, Acolyte. I have many things on my mind and I'm a simple soldier. I'll forget about this soon enough.
Matthias listened to the sound of her stomping away and bowed his head.
In the name of the Emperor, our God and Sovereign, strengthened by the intercession of the Sigillite Malcador the Hero, of blessed Sanguinius the First Martyr, of the blessed Primarchs Guilliman and Dawn, and all the saints.
The faithful acolyte returns,
the sister hissed. The holy icons on the walls had been replaced, fresh Aquilas hammered into cold stone by resolute hands. The scorch marks had been scrubbed away, the acolyte's blood mopped up.
And powerful in the holy authority of the Ordos Inquisitorius, we confidently undertake to repulse the attacks and deceits of the warp. The Emperor arises. His enemies are scattered and those who hate him flee before him.
He returns. But what is this? He brings something with him.
As smoke is driven away, so are they driven. As wax melts before the fire, so the wicked perish at the presence of God.
Ah, yes. I know exactly what he brings with him.
Matthias gritted his teeth, holding aloft his charred icon.
Behold the Aquila of the God Emperor. Flee bands of enemies. The Lion of the First Legion of Terror, the offspring of God, hath conquered!
The sister laughed, a rasping death rattle that shivered down Matthias's spine.
May thy judgment, Emperor, descend upon us, as great as our devotion to thee.
It is doubt.
I do not doubt!
Matthias snapped, flicking holy water over the sister's face. Even as the skin around her mouth bubbled and churned, a long forked tongue lapped up the moisture, heat rising in clouds of sulfuric steam.
Oh, I know the stench of doubt, my darling. I know all the stenches of your race. I know the doubt, and the madness, and the lust, and I delight in them all.
Silence, demon!
The sister grinned, showing festering rotten teeth.
Do I detect the stench of lust upon your breath, acolyte? Is that why you punish yourself with knot and blade? To drive out the ache from your wounded soul?
You know nothing of me!
Or maybe that stench on your breath is what remains of your passion. Is that why you hurt yourself? Does it bring you pleasure betwixt the pain? You disgust me! It does you no good to hold on to these frustrations, Matthias. You can take her if you like. I will hold her still for you.
Spawn of the warp! Silence!
You must have thought about it. Young Captain Lovell, his hands exploring her virgin flesh. Come closer, my darling. Come closer, and follow in the gallant captain's footsteps.
The chains rattled as the sister thrusted, the ceramite straining beneath an unholy, muscular strength. The stench of rotting meat filled the air, sending the acolyte gagging as the sister laughed louder and louder.
We drive you from us, whoever you may be. Unclean spirits, all warp-spawned powers, all infernal invaders, all wicked legions, assemblies, and sects.
Holy acolyte!
The sister screamed.
Save me! Kill me!
Matthias shook his head, his voice increasingly desperate.
In the name and by the power of our Lord God Emperor, may you be snatched away and driven from the ecclesiarchy and from the souls made to the image of God, and redeemed by the precious blood of divine Sanguinius.
His eyes widened as all the nails and bolts unscrewed from the wall, each icon and aquila dropping in one clattering bang.
Most cunning serpent, you shall no more dare to deceive the human race. Persecute the Ministorum, torment the Emperor's elect, and sift them as wheat.
Please kill me. Save me. Make it stop.
The Most High God Emperor commands you. He with whom, in your great insolence, you still claim to be equal.
Matthias stepped back as the bed rose into the air. In the near distance he could hear klaxons ringing, the smell of smoke rising to the back of his nose.
The Emperor, who wants all men to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the imperial truth.
The chains bolted to the stone floor snapped free, whirling about the floating bed in a dervish of flailing ceramite. One struck Matthias directly to the arm, breaking the bone and sending his charred aquila clattering to the ground. He screamed in pain.
Don't stop the prayer,
the sister shrieked.
Don't stop. Please, don't stop.
Matthias thought he could hear pleasure behind her screams. He staggered back, his sight blinded with shooting pain. Behind he could hear the door rattling, held shut by the internal latch. Matthias couldn't remember fixing the latch in the first place.
The prayer. The prayer.
The Emperor commands you. The Emperor commands you! The Emperor commands you!
The bed slammed back against the ground as the door burst open, and two Celestians charged into the room. As they brought up their bolt guns, time seemed to slow, and Matthias could see the abject terror glee in the sister's eyes.
Don't shoot!
He shouted.
Don't shoot!
He jumped to the boom of two bolter rounds. In perfect synchrony, each Celestian fell to the ground, their heads smoking ruins of pulped flesh and red mist.
No!
The door slammed shut. The sister rose from her bed, levitating in the air. Her flesh crawled with flowing maggots that writhed just beneath the surface, one wriggling up through her eye and dropping wetly to the ground. A terrible rot had overtaken her, pale skin decaying into a horrid, disgusting sheen of putrefaction green. Her eyes were bloodshot and swollen, almost popping in their sockets. Matthias stared at the nightmare before him, nausea pressing against his throat even as his body pulsed with evil sensation. Even in her state of rot, the sister's body was muscular and shapely, the curve of her hips sending pulses of aching pain through the wound in Matthias's forehead. Blood seeped from the gash, oozing and dribbling down the bridge of his nose, stinking of lust and sweat. The sister grinned. Behind her fetid teeth, Matthias could see thousands of tiny searching hairs at the back of her mouth, each tendril fluttering like hair follicles in a soft summer breeze.
I shall make a bargain with you, Matthias,
the sister said.
Swear by the god Emperor that you believe Sister Isabella a saint, and I shall leave this vessel for good. Swear by the god Emperor that you will worship this treacherous strumpet, that you will whisper her name in the same breath as Celestine and Thor and Alicia and Macarius. Swear by the god Emperor that you do not doubt your master's word, that a saint may break her vows, that a saint may house a demon, that a saint can remain pure, despite the touch of the warp upon her. Swear by the god Emperor, and I shall be gone. I swear it, Matthias. Swear by the Holy Orders and the Primarchs and the Saints. Swear by your carrion god and your corrupt institutions and your rotting, reeking species. I can't!
The sister's grin widened, the skin splitting around her mouth into ugly gashes of ripped flesh.
Why ever not? Because she's not a saint!
Matthias fell to his knees, sobbing against the stone. He shivered as he felt the touch of Sister Isabella upon his shoulder.
No, my darling, she is not.
The voice was deep and masculine, lined with contempt and amusement.
But she might have been.
Matthias shuddered as he felt the wet, hot breath of the demon in his ear.
Congratulations, Acolyte. You have destroyed your first saint.
No.
No! Yes. But listen, my darling. The avenging angel comes.
The canoness stared down at the prostrate form of the inquisitorial acolyte, lip turned up in disgust. The man had curled up into the fetal position, whimpering softly as he clutched his broken arm. She looked around the room, still paranoid for further threats. Her two-handed power sword still steamed with the foul ichor of the demon, the maggots of its insides having shriveled and burned against the blue-hot fury of her weapon. Her chestplate was dented from where the ceramite chain had struck her, the white of her helm blackened where sulphurous, purple fires had swept across her face. The decapitated head of Sister Isabella had rolled underneath the bed, leaving her rotted body decomposing beside the two headless Celestians. The canoness wished that she could remove Sisters Bianca and Sophia from the room for proper burial, but it was too dangerous. The demon had touched their minds. Their bodies were corrupted, and they would burn with all the rest. They would all burn, all of them apart from this man, sobbing on the floor. Though the canoness felt nothing but contempt for the acolyte, he was not hers to punish. He was the Inquisitor's property. The canoness sheathed her blade and roughly pulled the acolyte to his feet. He cried out in fear and pain, but the canoness ignored him, shoving him out of the room and into the smoldering corridor. Canoness Lucia would return this acolyte to the Inquisition. He was their problem now, to be interrogated, executed, or else cast into the witch asylums to rot. The canoness did not care, as long as she never saw the man again.
Canoness,
Sister Katerina prompted. The Celestian hefted up her heavy flamer, seeking permission. The canoness nodded, and the Promethean fire swept over the small room, licking up at the bodies and melting the corrupted icons into molten metal. The body of Sister Isabella flaked away to ash, the contamination of her flesh scattered into grey flecks of useless carbon.
Though the darkness will be rent by noise and flame, let not men's souls be broken in the crucible of war.
One night when Hans Keffler was 5 years old, he started awake in the loft of his father's barn, in the nook of stale straw where he was accustomed to sleeping. Griping pain guttered in the pit of his stomach, and he felt hot gobbets of sweat running down his face. Outside, a coursing wind wound through the close-set streets of the village, and made the dark eaves of the Drakwold shudder and ripple in the gloom. Moore's leap was ripe and full, and as he tottered out of the barn into its ugly light, peeling back his threadbare shirt to paw helplessly at his chest, The glow of the Chaos Moon picked out the mottled pattern spreading across his bare skin. He had always been an unfavored child. His membership of the family Kefla was based more on grudging blood loyalty than on genuine love and affection. An extra mouth ushered unexpectedly into a hard world when it was thought that his mother was past childbearing age. He slept, ate and bathed apart from his 4 older brothers and sisters. This made it fairly easy to conceal the strange blotches that now marked his chest and gut from the hostile eyes of others. They were an unsightly mix of brittle orange hairs with an unsettling tendency to shiver and bristle when there was no breeze, and bruised purple splotches that shifted into eye-watering shapes at regular intervals, swirling like wet ink. At first, the sight of his altered body filled little Hans Kefla with nauseous distress and a nameless, biting shame. Yet the passage of years would bring familiarity, acceptance, even an odd sense of comfort. He would sit amidst the straw after the day's chores were done and stare at the markings with wondering little boy's eyes, imagining that he could divine some great truth from their endless, hypnotic dance over his flesh. When Hans Kefla was 12, a gaggle of the village boys decided to while away a dull afternoon by dunking him in the muddy leavings of a summer storm. Never blessed with strength or speed, and with his siblings carelessly indifferent to his plight, he was a regular target for the everyday thuggery practiced by the sort of bored youth who could be found loitering in the streets of backwater villages the length and breadth of the Empire. There had been 6 of them this time, chortling as he floundered in the mud pit, sending him flailing back into the mire with stinging cuffs every time he tried to clamber out. It was not the first dose of petty misery they doled out to him over the years, but that day the humiliation had woken something that seethed furiously inside him, frustrated anger and shame filling up his mind with a hot, sharp clarity. When one fat, pock-marked boy leant forward smirking and casually spat on his face, the boiling storm within was finally unleashed, seizing control of his head and limbs. The midday sunlight seemed to become swamped in churning clouds of blood and shadow. One of the other boys spent the remainder of his short life convinced that Hans's eyes had flashed a livid crimson in that moment. With strength that should have been beyond his young frame, he had leapt clear of the clinging mud, splashing filth over the startled faces of his torturers. One particularly dim-witted brute swung a fist into his grimy cheek, slewing his head around and tearing blood from his skin. Hans reacted by screaming an oath in a language that no one in the village had ever heard before and clawing up handfuls of the oaf's jerkin, hauling him off his feet and flinging him to the ground with enough force to snap his arm beneath his own falling bulk. The podgy, disfigured boy darted at him, but Hans's fist took him squarely under the chin and hurled him into the side of the nearest house with a ringing crash that shook splinters from the shutters. As the other boys shied back, he wheeled and fell upon his first target, powering his fists into that squirming figure until blood from both of them mingled on his knuckles. Someone cracked a stick across the back of his head, and sense melted down into a red blur of pain and hate. When he came to himself, his whole body was quivering like a sapling in a gale. His knuckles were all but stripped of skin, and the whole gang were laid out whimpering and twitching about him. That night, as he sat in the barn loft and tended his wounds, he saw that the backs of his forearms had sprouted glossy red fur, like the pelt of some exotic beast breed. When Hans Kefla was 17, he became briefly and fiercely infatuated with Mika, one of the village girls. The village boys had long since learned to avoid him, cringing nervously in his presence, yet unfortunately the girls had never learned to do the opposite. As Hans bent to his chores in the fields, he peered at Mika, studying her. She seemed to shimmer with a youthful joy such as he had never known, her cheeks blushing with a rosy sweetness as she laughed with the friends and chaperones that surrounded her. It was as though she was a princess at some court affair in Altdorf, and not a peasant girl washing homespun garments in a stream that gurgled along the shadowed verge of the Drakwold. hands stewed with newborn lust. The sunlight seemed to form a hazy crown above Mika's smiling face, while her streaming black hair became a glossy mantle that melted into the darkness of the forest behind her. The next day, he approached her as she slipped back down to the stream amid the gathering shades of evening to meet another of the village boys. When the dull-eyed lad saw Hans glaring at him out of the dark, he squirmed, averting his eyes from Mika and slunk away, muttering excuses to himself. Mika lingered, staring with curiosity at the unkempt but not unappealing boy of who so much was whispered in the village. She approached him gingerly, feeling a strange thrill of mingled fear and excitement as she saw the old luster in his eyes. She let slip a shrill giggle as he pawed clumsily at her hand. Hans Keffler did not know how to court. His innocent directness was refreshing after the sly and knowing approaches of the other youths, but Mika's interest quickly faded as the despairing hunger behind his level stare started to feel more unsettling than exciting. She wriggled out of his grip and turned back towards the lights of the village, shaking her head as if to clear her strange thoughts away like so many cobwebs. With a guttural cry of desire, Hans wrenched her back around, straining the fabric of her sleeve. His eyes were blazing pinkish-red sparks in a face that was warped into a leering grimace. Foul and misshapen things reared over his shoulders, discolored flesh glistening as they snickered through mouths of needle teeth. Mika's young beauty became a stricken mask of white dread. Wild with terror, she tore away from this boy who was not a boy. Her sudden scream snatched by a rising gale. Out of her mind with fearful loathing, she fled thoughtlessly into the deeper dark of the Drakwold itself, where yet grimmer suitors waited to claim her. That night, a storm of rare power lashed the village and made folk cringe and shiver in their beds. Shutters were ripped loose, and freezing water scourged into homes, bringing chills and fever with it. Several trees were brought down. One thick trunk fell onto the house of the dim youth who had been Mika's original assignation, crushing him and his younger brother into a grisly paste where they lay, while mad voices hooted mockery on the wind. Framed in the splayed shutters of the barn loft, Hans howled his frustration into the thunder, a raving fiend lit by the cruel green light of Morslieb. He could feel fresh growths spiking eagerly out of his skin, his shirt quivering as obscene life boiled beneath it, and screamed all the louder. Mika was never seen again. When Hans Keffler was 20, plague came to the village, borne on a rank wind from out of the deep woods. The local initiate of Moor was among the first to weaken and wither, retching soundlessly as blossoming boils tracked pus across his cheeks. Without the holy man's guidance, the business of tending the village's many dead and dying quickly broke down. Men and women simply lay groaning in the streets, their bodies oozing pestilence. One wretch, stumbling through the village in the throes of his fevered anguish, fell into the stream and poisoned it forever, turning its waters rank with frothy green scum. The other members of the Keffler family had all perished by the end of the third week of death. A neighbor found them slumped over the meal table, staining the wood with the filth that trickled out of their ruptured faces. Hans Keffler's father lolled in his chair, his eyes bright with pain and horror, slack mouth dripping some nameless foulness. His dead gaze was fixed upon his youngest son, who stood in the corner of the room, swaying on unsteady feet, his face clearly stamped with the marks of plague. Yet he was alive, eyes glittering. He had sweated through his clothes and was naked from the waist up, revealing to the eyes of the surviving villagers the multiplying alterations that had taken root in his muscled body. They came at him then at long last, freed from restraint by his family's passing and the confirmation of every vague suspicion, every gnawing fear. The tines of a pitchfork left twin bloody punctures in his side. The swipes of a club split his scalp and peppered the floor with a quarter of his teeth. A wild lunge with a carving knife pierced his arm and tore a gargling screech from his dripping lips. yet he still had the strength to fling them aside and tear out of the home that had never been his. The village tanner threw himself onto Hans's back, trying to drag him down. Hans threw him off with a slobbering snarl and stamped down hard, leaving the tanner yowling in the dirt, curled around his broken bones. Trailing blood and more unsightly fluids from his various rips and gouges, Hans tottered away through the trees, chased by vengeful screams and yells until he lost himself amidst the Drakwold's twisted depths. He spent the first 2 days of exile alone, blundering about in the near dark. Roots snarled his feet and branches whipped his face. He found the half-chewed carcass of a deer and tore strips of meat out of the glistening mess with his waxing beast strength, gagging it down. He sucked moisture off clammy leaves and lapped at murky forest pools. He lived, though the chaos plague still bubbled in his innards and his injuries made him dizzy with pain. His changed flesh somehow healed itself, the wounds sprouting into fresh growth, or simply hardening into a brittle reddish-black crust. When he woke in the early hours of the 3rd day, shaking and gasping amidst the crooked roots of a dead tree where he had lain down in dazed exhaustion the previous night, he realized that something was different. Though it was still half dark and his eyes felt strangely sore, he could see much farther than previously, his gaze effortlessly plumbing the brooding Darkwold shadows. He looked down at his body and saw that the marks of mutation had spread to cover all of him. His toes had fused into hoof-like stubs, his limbs were shaggy with fur, and he could feel odd, bony contours on his plague-scarred face. The pestilence that had doomed the village seemed to have been seared from his veins. He felt alert, alive, gripped by a yearning that sent him loping ever deeper into the woods at a galloping pace. Green light slithered through the canopy and lit the trail, and the undergrowth trembled with an eager susurration. As he drew nearer to the forest's heart, he began to hear a hungry heathen drumming somewhere ahead of him. Above Hans Keffler's malformed head, Moor's leap swelled from behind the tatters of cloud that formed a black halo for its leering light. Fireglow flickered ahead of him, and the drums boomed louder, quivering the leaves. He pushed himself onward, his belly fiery with sudden hunger. Dark scales bulged out of his upper back and rippled down his spine. He could feel his skin shift and thicken. Hans Keffler's 20th year of life gave way to the 21st a few heartbeats before he burst into the firelight clearing, where clawed hands pounded at the drums. His wandering eyes took in the wild and demented scene. 100 gruesome figures bellowed and keened in the trampled clearing. Burly creatures with the bodies of circus strongmen and the heads of goats pranced around the fire pit, hollering hoarse praises to the chaos moon. Altered shapes of every description crowded together, feasting, chanting, coupling and worshipping before the 4 crudely carved idols that loomed above the flames. Here, a woman with the features of a great bird, complete with a serrated beak smeared with grease and blood, mated frantically with a squat man whose forearms were twin nests of twining fronds and whose head sported misshapen antlers. Above them, one of the idols, an androgynous shape splashed with garish paint, seemed to leer down appreciatively. There, a wiry man with snapping mandibles was locked in a knife fight with a hunchbacked beast thing before another idol, whose carved mane was dark with dried blood and whose haunches were half buried in piled bones. Hans Keffler's fading humanity told him he should be terrified and sickened by this lunatic spectacle, but the thought had little weight behind it. His blood ran hot, and his brain boiled over with mad joy, smothering doubt and fear and pain. A comforting heat spread through his limbs. For the first time in his sorry life, he felt that he was in the place where he was supposed to be. One of the goat-faced creatures emerged from the throng, wrapped in tatty skins, fetishes swinging around its neck. Heads turned as it loped towards him, spitting and growling. He read its intent in its bestial face long before it hefted a bone-handled mace and aimed a whirring blow at his head. Time turned to ooze. The mace crept through its arc, so slowly that he could almost see the air buckle and part around it.
The mutated throng were frozen, a forest of ghastly effigies. He looked past them, past the hate-filled eyes of his assailant towards the four idols. They seemed to smile at him, willing him on. He smiled back. The mace hissed through empty space and thumped the earth. The beastman stumbled, unbalanced. Hands moved with liquid predatory speed, dodging around behind it and taking its horned head in a pitiless grip. His arms clamped into place like a vice, cutting off its bark of denial. He breathed in the stench of its greasy fur as he broke its neck with a single convulsive twist. Hans stood over the body of his victim, panting with sudden weariness as the crowd studied him inscrutably. All he could hear were the crackle of the fire pit, the moan of the wind and his own harsh breaths. Abruptly, a second beastman pushed free of his fellows and hobbled up to Hans. The creature held a crook of blackened wood in one hand and wove the other through the air in an intricate series of gestures that seemed to leave faint, swirling traces of darkness where they passed. The beastman's eyes were shadowy hollows, giving no clue to whatever thoughts lay behind them. Hans studied it warily, marshalling his strength for another kill. The beastman bared its fangs at him in a rictus smile.
Welcome home,
it croaked.
brother.
Over the eventful months that followed, Hans Keffler carved intricate designs into his altered body, honoring the gods as he had honored them his whole life without knowing it. He found further rivals within the tribe, strutting braves eager to rend and maul their way to dominance, and he splashed their blood over the idol of corn. He coupled with beast women by the dozen, glutting himself on their acrid stink. With each rising of Morslieb, his strength swelled and the Chaos Moon whispered more secrets into his mind. The survivors of the village sprawled warily about. Grandfather Nurgle had gorged himself on the putrefying husks of their loved ones, and those who his whim had spared lay in darkness, eyes bleached of tears, faces and bodies wasted with grief. They felt only the faintest, dullest pangs of dread when the beasts rushed from the forest's edge and fired their homes while they were still inside. A few even remained still, sagging with impossible exhaustion as the flames lapped over their limbs, incapable of even a token effort to save themselves from its cruel touch. Those that staggered into the night air to be cut down didn't recognize the warped figure leading the horde as the strange little boy they had once known. Now he bellowed war chants as he strode at the head of his beast brothers, clad in shining brass. When Hans Keffler was 106, he returned to the dead ground where the village had once stood. He was newly returned from his holy quest to the uttermost north and now marched in the armies of chaos. His regiment did not camp there long. There were scant pickings to be had in that desolated region now. Yet for a few moments, while his comrades hissed and grunted in sleep, the creature that had once been Hans Keffler stood tall and alone in his warplate under the jutting boughs of the Drakwold trees, gimlet eyes of livid flame staring through the eye slit of his hammered bronze faceplate. He studied the burnt scar in the ground where a barn had once stood, and the dry bed of the stream that had once run beneath the eaves, remembering. A rumble went up from the camp like the solemn beating of a great dark heart. With groans and hisses, the children of chaos came awake, the yammering chorus of thousands of voices rising towards the stars. With a last, lingering glance, Hans Keffler turned and walked towards the sonorous voices of the drums. Constantine shouldered his las rifle. His bayonet shimmered in the unnatural green glow of the putrid fog that hid the world's setting sun. He stood alongside his regiment at the Rockcrete battlements. They too steeled themselves for another bloody battle. The hordes would be upon them soon. The plague had started a month ago. The hive planet of Flayton was slow to react. At first, the governor had censored all reports of a spreading pox. Rumors of a plague so virulent it could spread by so much as hearing the wails of the infected. He chalked it up to propaganda disseminated by a rival to undermine his authority. His foolishness cost him. It had cost all of Flayton. Constantine cursed his name. The governor was one of the lucky ones. He at least had the dignity of death at the end of Commissar Ulrich's bolt pistol. Others suffered a far worse fate.
Company ready?
Commissar Ulrich barked. Constantine adjusted his makeshift earplugs. He could barely hear the order. Yet if he loosened the bits of cloth he had tied in his ear too much, he risked becoming one of them, a gibbering, slathering, grotesque zombie. Even through his ramshackle protection, he could hear them miles away in the distance. It was a low roar of laughter, screams, coughs and wheezes. Worst of all was the singing. Through rotten vocal cords and pus-filled lungs, the horde sung the same tune over and over again. The Song of the Damned. Join our song. Sing along. Celebrate our sickness. Through our bile, we will smile. One and all bear witness. Constantine spat as he tried to get the lyrics out of his head. It was so simple and calming, like a child's lullaby. But he knew what that damned song could do. He'd heard it on the lips of friends, strangers, even lovers as they fell into an incurable madness. Oh, how he wished he could forget their putrid transformations. When Constantine joined the guard, he was told about such a disease. The Imperium called it the walking pox. Manuals described the pox walk as it created, smiling plague zombies with horns and protrusions all around their bodies. It did not do justice to the true horror of the plague. Constantine swore if he ever got off Flayton he would update the pamphlets. He distracted himself from the plague song by reviewing the course of the infection in his mind. It started with pustules, green and itchy. Sometimes these burst and spread the sickness, then confusion set in. The infected acted delirious, not knowing where they were or how they got there. Soon after came sepsis. The victim's body went into shock as the virus overwhelmed them. Then, calcification. Their very bones sprouted from their skins in monstrous horns. Hands mutated into savage claws incapable of complex manipulation. About all they could do now was hold a blunt object and swing. Muscular degeneration was next. The infected's facial muscles permanently contracted into a sickening smile as their lips rotted away. A kind of rigor mortis set in, turning their gait into little more than a hobble, and making them more resilient to blunt force trauma. Finally, the near-dead victim rose. The only words coming from their desiccated throats were the plague song. They used it to find other infected, drawn to the tune as they formed massive hordes. Constantine shuddered. He remembered when his own mother had turned. She attacked him savagely, all while chanting that damn song. He would never forget the terrified look in her eyes. He swore he saw her somewhere in there, begging for deliverance. But she smiled at him like a raving animal, hungry for his flesh. He'd never forgive himself for putting a lasbolt through her skull. Still, her memory was enough to keep him sane. The same could not be said for several of his comrades. The horde was in visual distance now, kicking up dust as they ambled across the ash wastes. A few guardsmen panicked, ripping their earplugs out and hurling themselves from the battlements in maddened exultation. Ulrich and the company cut them down.
Company, hold!
Ulrich ordered. The horde was getting closer, only around 1,000 yards from the perimeter defenses. The basalt citadel stood at the edge of the hive city, rising several hundred feet into the air. It stood over the ash wastes like a stalwart guardian. 3 terraces of defenses were staggered across its face, with even more gun batteries, moats, and trenches guarding its rockcrete base. Constantine stood guard on the lowest terrace, a mere 50 feet above the plain. Commissar Ulrich was with him. He was giving orders on an ornate golden pedestal at its center. Behind them stood the hive city Flayton. It was the world's capital as well as its namesake. Now a shell of its former self, its millions of inhabitants had dwindled to 100,000 after the culling. If the citadel fell, the city fell, and with it, the last free bastion on the planet.
Company! Fire!
The order finally came. The horde was only 300 yards away now, and had broken into what passed as a run. A tide of poxwalkers trampled over one another, laughing with glee as they crushed their comrades underfoot. Heavy bolters opened up. Line after line of infected exploded into rancid giblets. But they kept coming. Constantine began shooting, picking out targets as they grew closer and closer to the outer defenses. Finally, the horde slammed into the first trench. Guardsmen frantically lashed out with bayonets as they were buried in a mass of rotting bodies. Constantine saw men torn limb from limb as the poxwalkers continued their incessant song. Explosions dotted the line. In their last acts, guardsmen had pulled the pins on their grenades, sacrificing themselves to take out as many of the former citizens of Flayton as they could. Emperor, have mercy on them, Constantine prayed.
Flamers! To the line!
Commissar Ulrich could barely be heard over the sounds of battle and chanting. As poxwalkers hacked through the outer trench, flamethrower teams rushed into position. The survivors of the first trench pulled back before the flamers unleashed their promethium. Zombies and the clouds of putrid gas that hung around them ignited with a roar of fire. Flaming poxwalkers flailed wildly as they were incinerated. For a moment, the horde was pushed back. That was until the bolt fire started. The first hit the promethium tank of a flamer. The guardsmen caught in the blast screamed as they were cooked alive. More rounds screamed towards the citadel as panicked guardsmen faltered. Poxwalkers couldn't shoot. What was happening? Who was this unseen enemy? Out of the mist from behind the horde arose a sight for Constantine's sore eyes. Hulking yellow-armored marines. Astartes! The Emperor's angels had answered their prayers. Imperial fists by the looks of them. He could barely make out their livery as they advanced. He wanted to weep with joy.
Thank the throne,
said Ulrich. He picked up his Vox.
Captain, signal the Astartes to hold their shooting. We can't have more friendly fire incidents. Provide cover while they take up defensive positions.
Down below, the captain nodded in acknowledgement before a bolt took off his head. Constantine's elation turned to pure terror as he realized the horror of the situation. As guardsmen focused on the mindless zombies, their supposed saviors cut them to pieces. Rusted blades and blunted axes hacked into unsuspecting troopers. These were not loyalists. By the time Commissar Ulrich had realized his mistake, the entire perimeter defense had collapsed.
Damn it! Do not let them onto the battlements! That is an order!
Ulrich screamed, voice cracking in fear. Constantine got a good look at the traitor marines as they scaled the wall atop their gibbering cannon fodder. They were not the regal and noble warriors he had heard about in legends. They were disgusting mutants caked in disease and flies. Tentacles and horns erupted from their armor. Some had all too many eyes, while others were cyclopean. Still others had the compound eyes of an insect. Constantine recoiled as one gazed upon him, laughing as he dug his claws into the rockcrete.
I'm coming, little one,
he hissed in glee, spittle and slime drooling from a tongue that was altogether way too large for its maw. Constantine shot him, but the lasbolt ricocheted harmlessly off. The creature continued its ascent. Constantine shot again, this time severing one of the beast's many tentacles. Green and black ichor spewed from the wound, but the Space Marine shrugged it off. It was almost upon him now, and as Constantine let loose another shot, the Marine grabbed the barrel of the gun. The lasbolt careened harmlessly into the fog. Constantine watched as his painstakingly maintained lasgun rusted away before his eyes. He shrieked and let go, falling back onto the battlement. The scene around him was carnage. Zombies swarmed a man to his right, while Ulrich was impaled by a Marine to his left. Everywhere guardsmen were falling. Some simply died. Others cracked and transformed into poxwalkers themselves. Their eyes bulged in fear as a horrific smile was painted across their faces.
Your tenacity is impressive, little one.
A voice gurgled. Constantine looked at the Plague Marine before him. The giant held the remnants of his lasgun before blowing it away into red-brown dust.
Grandfather might have use for you yet.
No, I'll never join you.
Constantine cried. He fumbled through his munitions pouch before grasping onto a grenade. He pulled the pin and said a prayer. The Marine laughed and hoisted him up by his neck. Slimy tentacles wriggled around the grenade in Constantine's hand as it too decayed into nothingness.
Why not, little one?
The Marine pouted. It sounded as if a swarm of insects were talking in unison.
Perhaps if you heard our song, you'd change your mind. I am told it has put smiles on many faces.
The Marine plucked the plugs from Constantine's ears. Constantine closed his eyes and screamed as the plague song echoed in his soul. The brute let out a hearty laugh filled with phlegm. Join our song. Sing along. Celebrate our sickness. Through our bile, we will smile. One and all bear witness. Constantine didn't even realize he was mouthing along. Desperately, he clawed at his ears. Verdant boils erupted from his body. His mind begged for an end as he lost touch with reality. His body grew hot as it tried in vain to fight the infection. His shoulder blade erupted through his skin. His fingernails fell out as his bones tore through his phalanges, becoming sharp and deadly. His toes fused before ending in horrific hoof-like appendages. His skull cracked and twisted, a horn appearing from the hair on his balding scalp. His body grew stiff, muscles rippled with power and bloated. He attempted to keep his mouth closed, but he couldn't stop from singing the lullaby. Full-throated, he shouted it. His facial muscles atrophied and paralyzed as he finished his transformation into an accursed poxwalker. All that was left was a large, toothy smile. The Plague Marine set the new zombie down. The creature that was Constantine opened its eyes. Surprisingly, horrifyingly, he could see everything clearly. He could feel everything. But he had no control over his body, except for his eyes. The body continued chanting. His eyes darted everywhere, looking for any kind of salvation. Finally, they landed on the Plague Marine that had turned him into this wretched thing. He was still laughing a horrible mocking laugh.
You take to Nurgle's gifts well, little one. Now, come, revel in our destruction of your home.
The body obeyed, shambling towards the inside of the citadel and the doomed city beyond. Inside its smiling skull, Constantine screamed. Antigone stared into the maelstrom. From his berth upon the void ship Libertinus, he gently placed a skeletal hand upon the window and watched the swirling madness of color that enveloped the ship's Gellerfield leak through elongated, spread fingers.
Entranced by the iridescent ocean wake of the immaterium, he began to run his palm across the viewing port. The touch of chaos oozing from his pores, leaving a viscous mucus that trailed along the glass. If he had a mouth, it would have curved upwards into a smile at the wondrous display. Instead, a bolted circular Vox grill vehemently quivered in its absence, vibrating with the surges of low, distorted tones. Antigones yearned to rejoin his brotherhood of the Abyssal Choir and exalt his devotion among the Pantheon. It had been too long since he had last heard the Lady of the Void, or felt the hearts that beat inside his chest swell with rapture. Antigones envisioned the beautiful, warp-born screams beneath the turbulent storm that engulfed the Libertinus, agonized cries of souls torn from mortal bodies, trapped in eternal torment. Whispers, once deemed insidious to mortal ears, now became ethereal, forming a chorus of transcendent beauty. Yet, from behind the barrier of the chamber-spanning viewing port, the exquisite sounds of the warp were dampened to hushed murmurs that lay beyond the grasp of even his oral gifts. Antigones' muscles twitched, spasming violently with an addict's longing for sensation. For a fleeting, ephemeral moment, his pain and body was stilled by the familiar echo of suffering. Bathed in the blood-red, flickering lumen light, Antigones' berth resembled a charnel house, its vaulted walls lined with sarcophagi hewn from obsidian, each emitting mournful wails and screams from affixed speaker units. Within the black coffin prisons, mortal slaves writhed, their bodies racked by the machinations of internal pain engines, while their veins flooded with an equal cocktail of neurotoxins and crude rejuvenate biochemistry, ensnaring them in the clutches of blessed torment for untold centuries. Their amplified cries for deliverance were always a small comfort to Antigones in these moments of need, soothing his cravings like only a mother's lullaby could calm an afflicted child. The collective shrieks rose once more from the interconnected tombs, and his mind's eye wandered through past battles and his part in the destruction of worlds. The slaughter of Citaria Sextus, where he and his fellow noise marine cadre surrounded the Imperial enemy and ruthlessly devoured them with overloaded sonic blasts, the mortal soldiers and militia scrambling helplessly over each other like panicked rats to escape the craterous battlefield. Antigones' eyes widened like shimmering black pools as he remembered the soup of broiling bodies that filled the caldera, geysers of frothing blood spouting from the onslaught. Like a librarium of pain, pages in his mind turned with fervor to visions of distant wars on alien worlds. He remembered the dizzying heights of the war for Tanaloth, where he had extolled his Dark Prince for bestowing blessings upon him and his brothers through sounds that teetered on the knife's edge of perfection. Screaming Eldari guardians melting to sludge from the onslaught of Antigones' doom siren. The ecstatic melody of his chainsword Mentula rending screaming hordes of rushing banshees in twain before turning his sonic blaster on an approaching grav tank, splitting the star engine with a wave of concentrated sound. The cacophonous rupture of Imperial god machines as they fell on a frozen hive world, war horns screaming as their impossible bulks crashed to the earth like felled giants, razing entire cities and engulfing populations in a firestorm of unparalleled beauty. The sacking of a red-skied farming world where he had seen a keeper of secrets devoured by white flame in blissful agony. These were just memories. A high, mewling whine emitted from Antigones' Vox grill more when he was reminded of the maddening silence and ennui that permeated a noise marine's existence as it traveled through the void. His eyes danced madly around the room until they fell upon the ornate weapon that hung maglocked to the hull. The sonic blaster called to him in a language beyond words, from lungs crafted from piping and coils. Overlapping whispers and piercing sine waves bit inside his brain, mocking him for his respite in the pursuit of pleasure. It took all of Antigones' fortitude not to wrench the instrument from its holding and unleash the full force of its energy into the blast window. forever committing his body to the rapturous tones of the underlying fabric of the universe. Yet, this would only have provided momentary relief before inevitable void death, and Antigone's desired so much more. A grand purpose, a never-ending pursuit. In a momentary lull in the opulence of warp color, Antigone's caught a glimpse of his unarmored reflection in the blast window. 2 sets of clustered black eyes jostled in pitted sockets, fixating upon his mirrored, demigod form. Augmentation and dark ritual had made Antigone's the warrior he was, a creature to be feared, obeyed, and worshipped. Yet, the reflection that stared back at the noise marine was a ghost, a twisted husk of what approximated a paragon of perfection to others in the warband. Hairless, translucent skin enveloped sinewy muscles that bulged and flexed as if they were sentient entities. Long branching rivers of scar tissue, a testament to war and self-mutilation, traversed his immense body like raised veins. Antigone's tilted his head slowly to each side, studying the oral implants that replaced his ears. The metal ports, crafted by adepts of the Dark Mechanicum, had long fused with the surrounding waxy flesh and pulsed periodically under the skin. Antigone's remained motionless, unaffected by the violent jolting of the Libertinus re-emerging from the warp storm. The ancient metal work of the void ship screamed, threatening to collapse, while monstrous engines roared and struggled to reduce the craft's speed. Blurred star lines outside of the blast window sharpened, and the crackling energy fields encompassing the ship finally dissipated until only real space remained.
Prepare for planetfall, my children,
echoed the omnipresent voice of Agonilus, warband champion of Slanesh, his serpentine words reverberating from an army of corrupted naked cherubim that flitted on mechanical wings throughout the labyrinthine corridors of the Libertinus. Skittering menials and malformed spider-leg servitors abruptly entered Antigone's chamber, each encumbered with an element of his battle armor, their augmented and mutated limbs protesting under the immense weight. They began to affix the artisanal warplate to his naked form to the tune of Agonilus' voice.
Let us unleash our fury. Let us desecrate their cities, lay waste to their last bastions of hope, and bring ruination and slaughter to their people without mercy. Bathe in their essence, my children. Take their ports and savor the sweet nectar of suffering. Charge forth with the wrath of the warp at our backs, and the promise of eternal pleasure before us. Antigone's my favorite son, assemble your choir. Your music will lead the procession of pain.
Antigone's power armor whined as he advanced through the sucking mud of this colorless world. Brackish swamp water sloshed about his heavy stride, rippling from the pulse of his modified armor and staining his lustrous warplate. A dense fog shrouded the swampland, its tendrils coiling around the broken remnants of fallen vegetation like specters clinging to the last vestiges of life. The choir marched alongside him, the silence of the dead mire replaced with discordant electronic squeals from each of his brother's altered armor, and the thrumming of sonic weaponry primed with unreleased aural energy. A retinue of fuchsia and bronze-clad marines from the Children of Agonilus trailed behind them, slowly wading through the quagmire and scanning the area with their archaic bolters. Beyond the vast expanse of swampland before the advancing warriors, Antigone's aural implants detected the increasing thump of Imperial processing machinery, the movement of tracked vehicles, and great factorum doors yawning open to receive their bounty. Housed within these refineries were the stockpiles of precious promethium that would fuel the Children of Agonilus' further pursuits of pleasure in the sector. This was the prize. It would not be undefended. The enemy was here, hidden and waiting within the encircling cloak of grey fog. In this offensive silence before the storm, Antigone's marked the faint movements of the enemy's armor joints and the beating of twin hearts inside gene-enhanced chests. The palpitating organs drumming a steady beat that could only belong to the angels of death. No mere human's blood pumps to that stoic rhythm on the verge of engagement. Bracing the heavy sonic blaster against his hip, Antigone's thumbed the trigger switch upon his instrument of war, discharging a tempest of energized sound that carved a daggered gouge in the mud, then exploded inside the hidden depths of the rotting forest. His choir and their retinue eagerly joined, and a symphony of destruction was wrought upon the hidden Space Marines. Doom sirens, sonic rifles, and bolters complemented each other in thunderous harmony, reducing the immense decaying forest to mulch and splintered kindling. Helmless initiates of the Mortifactors chapter finally revealed themselves to the advancing Marines of Slaanesh. They bounded with savage fury to the flanks of the desolated quagmire, their bone-white ceramite blending with the pallor of the swamp. From inside the enshrouding mist, blooded battle brothers of the 20th Legion covered the initiates' maneuvers, mass reactive bolts spearing towards Antigone's and the children of Agonilus. Septimius, a hulking noise marine that had followed Antigone throughout centuries of decadence, fell to the mud. Steaming tar-black gore vomiting from his headless corpse before the body was unceremoniously swallowed by the swamp. An acrid smell of burning propellant tainted the air as a further volley of covering bolt fire spiraled from the Mortifactor's outlying position, the rocket-propelled shells roaring toward the children of Agonilus. Antigone's watched a heavy gunner from his retinue come apart in a flurry of concussive explosions, his decapitated horned helm landing with a wet impact against the noise marine's greaves. Hauling himself from the mud to ascend upon a colossal fallen tree, Malachi the Faceless, third voice of the Abyssal Choir, shredded a charging squad of Imperial scouts with a devastating sonic scream. Ceramite and organics ruptured into bubbling slop. Mad, helm-amplified laughter erupted from the children of Agonilus before they gleefully pushed forward towards their enemy. Manic bolter fire and searing plasma discharge ripping apart the fetid vegetation to reach the bone-encased marines of the Mortifactors. Around Antigone's the battle raged. Within the maze of dead branches and waist-high sludge, mighty chainswords bit and screamed in protest, grinding through power armor and the flesh of both parties. A Mortifactor initiate roared in victory as he dealt a killing strike, his war blade buried deep into the exposed throat of a helmless child of Agonilus. Guttering dark blood poured down the long knife, submerging the Mortifactor's gauntlets in thick gore. His momentary celebration of triumph was cut short when a polished gladius punched through his face from behind. The Chaos Marine wielding the blade twisted it slowly, coring the head like a grisly fruit, savoring the sensation of boring the hole in the Mortifactor's skull. Answering mass reactive bolts from the fog detonated upon the slavering Chaos Warrior, hammering craters into its armor and tearing an arm off at the elbow. A fountain of dark mud and blood plumed to Antigone's left, a frag grenade from a dying Astartes' hand detonating under the surface of the mire. Antigone swiftly pivoted in time to release a blast of sound in the direction of a descending marine, severing the target's legs above the knees and sending the reeling torso spiraling across the swamp water like a skipping stone. With another rupture of sound, Antigone's claimed another kill, an Astartes scout folding against a dead tree like a discarded marionette. Beneath the superficial surface of his battle high, Antigone's felt nothing but painful emptiness. A drying wellspring of sensation that he understood would never be filled by even the most brutal of slaughters across 1,000 more battles. All he bore witness to on this mired planet were the fleeting screams of his sundered enemies and the dying rattles of his comrades. No muse or divine inspiration for the desire to continue his journey. Perception itself began to echo the noise marine's internal struggle, each glacial second a slow and agonizing death. Bolt shells crawled through the air around him. Explosions blossomed like unfurling flora. Each note from his brother's sonic weaponry tore into the chronal fabric of time in slowed clarity, cutting through the twisted branches, shaking the desolate boughs and resonating with the putrid earth beneath. A nothingness was pulling him under faster than the churning quick mud.
Louder!
Came the bellowed call of Verper, first voice of the choir, the distorted demand dragging Antigones back from the very brink of darkness. Verper was engaged in furious hand-to-hand combat with the skull-faced sergeant of the ambushing enemy. The Noise Marines' Terminator warplate easily overpowering the Astartes. Verper swatted the Astartes' lunging chainsword away before fixing an armor-cracking grasp on both of the Marines' arms. With a sonorous surge of dark energy from surgically melded emitters in the Terminator's pauldrons, a focused, weaponized wave of sound melted the Mortifactor's helm to his face. Antigones heard the gurgling death throes of the Marine as he slowly drowned in a molten mix of adamantium and his own sloughing flesh. Malachi and Verper regrouped and focused their sonic amplifiers in unison, singing their song in dreadful consonance. The last rallying Astartes caught in the path of their combined voices began to fall apart like cindered paper. Bone-white armor peeled and turned to dust. Skin roasted and burst. Musculature and organs frothed and caught aflame. The Noise Marines choked their final notes, and nothing but blackened motes of ashy carbon remained, lingering wistfully like swarms of dancing flies. A heartbeat later, and the corpse dust had silently danced into the fog. In victory, the children of Agonilus removed their helms and screamed exultant prayers to the Dark Prince. Armed with brutish, flensing knives, they zealously began to butcher great masses from the dead Astartes and gorge themselves blood-fat, feasting upon their still warm corpse meat in a parody of the 20th Legion's own rituals. With the blasters and bolters now quiet, supplanted by the wet sounds of cannibalistic excess, an inky miasma of darkness returned. It seeped back behind Antigones' eyes. With no interest in the blood feast, his fellow Noise Marines continued their slow march towards the prize, Battle Lust leading the choir in place of orders. The retinue of Marines refixed their garish helms and picked up their weapons from the mudbanks, hurriedly trying to catch up with their Noise Marine superiors. Antigones felt the confused gaze of Agonilus warriors when they passed, glowing white eye lenses looking back in speculation at the Noise Marine leader's statuesque position in the mire. Then, too, they were gone, leaving only the chirping of hungry insects that clustered the leftover meat to break the silence. Within the cosmic depths of his mind, vague shapes, sounds, and visions fought to be witnessed. An orgy of incoherent, broken memories. Gateways to the Blessed Palace. Darkness. Temptations made flesh. Darkness. Waking dreams of a passionless mortal life long thought buried. Darkness. Arcs of impossible colors clawed desperately across the back of his compound eyes, his soul's last attempt to ignite consciousness. Darkness. Light. Waking neurons fired into life like a birthing galaxy, aroused by the sound of plaintive cries. Not human nor gene-enhanced. Not demon. Distant. Ethereal to Antigones' spirit. The Noise Marine's corporeal vision returned, alongside a renewed sense of dedication and purpose. Once more, the ethereal sound reverberated inside Antigones' pulsating aural implants, his heretic-infused hearing now keen and scarring a path to the location of the source. Without concern for the vast distance that separated him from the sound or the muffled boom of ongoing combat beyond the swamp, Agonilus turned to the west and embarked on his pilgrimage. Antigones continued his pilgrimage. His pulsing aural implants identified the distant cacophony of raucous conflict, their echoes swallowed up by the muddy, sludging swamp. The tone poem of a blade scratched along the ribbed instrument of a larynx, the staccato percussion of mass-reactive shells, the snare drum of flesh pieces falling limply into the brackish waters, the broken chorus of bassi profundi screams. The ear-splitting, flesh-flaying, bone-mulching instrumentation of the abyssal choir reaching yet another crescendo as they approached their prize. Antigones could no longer hear the keening ethereal voice that called to him across the desolation. His soul clawed at the memory of it, burned-out neurons and frayed nerve fibers fizzing to the echoed sounds of tantalizing novelty. He could feel necrotic centers of his brain spark into fitful life, the sweet agony of diseased, useless tissue, the sloughing off of useless rot that gave way to the cleansing madness of new experience. The long, drawn-out scream that mirrored the birth of the Dark Prince. Cosmic radiation funneled and purified into one new sound. Blood gathered as tears around the sinking blackness of his eyes. Trembling sensation overpowered a stretched-out nervous system, already on the brink of catastrophe. A low moan emitted from the circular Vox grill that had replaced his mouth, a defective rendition of that ghostly sound, so monstrous in its imperfection that Antigones almost ripped the implant from his face in his disgust. He fell to his knees, convulsing at the memory, planting his hands into the rapacious mud and sinking deeper into the murk and fog of his broken mind. He briefly savored the small explosions of swamp bubbles popping beneath his weight, the mosquito whines and the buzzing wings of carrion insects, the churning slosh rippling over squalid bracken and other fetid ferns. His eyes strained against their sockets, two screaming orbs squeezing against the iron bars of an excruciation cell. Antigones remembered the perfect silence of the Xenos Jurahaks, the dizzying corruption of sonic sound that violated their sacred temples and replaced the quiet with the endless howling of the warp. The war for Otinius IV, unremarkable but for the mournful screams of a mortal woman, and the moment where her vocal cords swelled and inflamed to replace her wails with weak, vibrating gasps. The boiling of oceanic Zerapast, and the thunderous whispered hiss of an entire sea burning into murderous steam. Antigones briefly returned to himself. His limbs had sunk beneath the semi-solid mud. For all his transhuman strength, he could not remove them. The strain of a suckering, puckering pressure pressing against his armor. Flies gathered around him, seeking orifices upon which to vomit and feast. A stinking wind fluttered through the ferns, distracting Antigones with its traces of blood and acrid promethium. He remembered the long scream of Craftworld Albanayak, the path of sound that fissured the psychoactive wraithbone and shattered apart the stones that gathered souls for Slanesh. Antigones howled. The amplification of his Vox grill blasted apart the mud and the stagnant water, causing small tsunamis of fetid liquid to cascade in every direction. As the discordant sound violated the deadened smoothness of the swamp, he made to stand, wrenching his arms from the clamp embrace of mud and sending aftershocks through the sludge. The flies that buzzed about him scattered in a black fury. Those that had landed on his Vox grill were pulped, falling limply to the water. Antigones took a step, and then another. A yearning cry, faint and trembling, reached out across the wastelands in response to his scream. Antigone shivered. It was the same, otherworldly sound he sought. Holding out an ethereal hand, Antigone's felt his soul reach back, its claws a glaring mishmash of impossible color. It gave him strength against the ennui of mud, and on he went. He crossed an ocean of soundless, colorless hell, dull, tepid greens that murked into sludging, diseased brown, ferns sinking without grace into the depths of draining mud. Diseased browns that faded into gloomy grey waters, that snatched at the sun and usurped its light into a dull pallor. Sloshing marshlands that grated to asinine emptiness through oral implants, shedding into the horror of Antigone's mind, rhythmic, repetitive resonances that spoke of sweet surrenders to the slushing swamp. The black pools of his eyes swallowed the fluttering life spark of 100 buzzing fauna, floundering in the sinking void of his entropic soul. He stumbled like a blind man in the mud and the mire, a ship adrift in the warp horror of 1,000 atrocities, led only by the call of that ethereal lighthouse, the sound light that called to him from across a blackening chasm of fused nerve endings and exhausted sensation. Antigone's remembered the degradation of Faraday Mundus, and the shrieking soul terror of the red-robed priests whose bodies replaced the walls of their churches and spasmed beneath a scrap code forged in millennia past. The breaking of Brother Septimus, and the jubilant laughter screams he made when he renounced the silence and embraced the perfection of the cacophonous choir eternal. The mutilations of Antigone's own flesh, and the soft squelch he heard when the acolyte of the Dark Mechanicus held aloft his amputated, bloodied lips and pressed them gently to her own. A foot, placed firmly on solid earth after miles of uphill climb, the swamplands slowly draining away to desolate wastelands of weathered stone. Antigone snapped back to his own time. That last memory sensation was of the present. He had left the swamplands. He glanced about, eyes drinking in the barren brown-grey of mountainous terrain. A wind whistled through winding paths that led between ice-graced peaks. Its sound was immeasurably lonely. Antigone's paused and listened. He had not heard the keening for a while, but now there was something else. Piping flutes echoed along the mountain paths, barely carrying over the wind, tonal harmonies mingling with a scratching noise that reminded Antigone's of a scribbling quill. A frantic rhythm of beaten drums accompanied the music, stirring dull sensation in the pit of Antigone's stomach. Antigone's followed the sound. Funneled between the mountains, the wind started to pick up, and with it, the distant music. Grey rain fell and splattered against Antigone's armor, long wounds opening in the clouds and spilling sheets of colorless blood. The rain soon picked up, leaking through his Vox grill, tasting metallic and brackish down his mutilated throat. The rumble of thunder shook through his stomach. His eyes reflected the flash of resultant lightning across ice-graced peaks. The piping flutes accelerated their tempo, the music seeming more atonal and desperate. He found the players in the mouth of a yawning cave. They danced around a lapping bonfire, the air hot and stinking with their sweat and bodily odors. Their naked skin was painted red with ochre pigment, fashioned into strange, occultist symbols that Antigone's did not recognize from his own experimentation into damnation. Their instruments, those piping flutes and scratching drums, were of bone, creating a cacophonous half-melody that had no reason nor rhyme. The music stopped when they saw him. They shrank back from his shadow, whispering the same words again and again to themselves. Guthsamhak! Guthsamhak! A decrepit woman hobbled forwards, her breasts wrinkled folds of drooping flesh. A necklace of tiny bone flutes hung from around her neck, her hair matted knots of black. The tips of her fingers were stained with red ochre,
swirling shapes painted across her emaciated stomach.
The earless listener, the mouthless song, the blackness sight. Guthsam Hawk! Guthsam Hawk!
The crowd pushed back against the walls of the cave, scratching at their flesh and repeating their murmured chant. Only the witch remained in front of Antigone's, her wide eyes reflecting the cavorting bonfire flames and the occasional flash of fateful lightning.
Hear! Sing! See!
Antigone's brought up his sonic blaster and sang the song of the harmonic destruction. The woman did not have time to scream. Waves of pulsing sound flensed the flesh from her body, peeling it back from the musculature, which then shredded to expose disintegrating bone. She threw back her head, mouth wide open as the song exploded her internal organs and her body separated into 1,000 parts. Flecks of loose skin and bone drowned beneath a tidal wave of steaming blood.
Guthsam Hawk! Guthsam Hawk!
Antigone's turned to slaughter them too, but something stopped him. It was cave art. It had escaped Antigone's attention before, obscured by the crowd and by the old woman, but now the noise marine could see it clearly. It was him, a hulking, armored humanoid wielding a sonic blaster, frantic nail marks scratching crosses where its mouth and eyes should be, and chiseled black holes where there should have been eyes. The woman's blood had splattered across the painting, sinking into the grooves, adding vibrancy and color that shone in the brightness of the bonfire flames. There was more. Antigone stepped forward. The cave painting stretched across the far wall, depicting a tribe of mortals leading Antigone through the mountains, taking him to a forbidden place, taking him to the place where death and sound met, and embraced as friends. Antigone's turned to the mortals. They were knelt before him, heads bowed. The oldest among them bore the ancient scars of las rounds, cauterized burns crinkling the flesh into rubbery paper. Antigone's nodded. The mortals leapt to their feet as one. Lightning flared as mad flutes piped against the uneven beat of bone-crafted drums, the shake of thunder echoed by the beating of frenzied feet. The pilgrimage would continue. The mortals guided him through the mountain passes. They had donned clothing, factorum overalls and sturdy boots that seemed at odds with their savage occultism, the red ochre running down their faces in the gushing rain. The storm had abated somewhat, seeming to reach its zenith at the moment of the witch's death, but still the rain poured like blood spilling endlessly from a mortal wound. The pipe of flutes and the rhythmic percussion of bone drums scratched at Antigone's oral implants, a feeble riot of sound that no longer did anything to stir his soul. It had fallen dark, the guttering sun eclipsed by the rising horizon. The mortals stumbled and fell in the wet, one man slipping down a crevasse and disappearing into the black. Even as he fell, he continued to play his flute, his place in the orchestra reaching a triumphant crescendo before he forever bowed from the stage. Antigone's did not wonder at their devotion, nor did he wonder at what dark passions and urges had led them into the mountains, for Antigone's had seen such things many times before. The sweat stench under orifices of an imperium forever insistent upon repression and denial, sexual depravity, unwholesome pleasures, illicit poetry and scatological art, forbidden desires that could not be snuffed out by vestments and prayer, dark dreams cast by the shadow of broken souls, the dripping afterbirth of the prince in the warp, ever birthing, ever being birthed, always courting, always courted. Sin, ubiquitous and uninteresting, limited by mortal imaginations and mortal lifespans, only scratching at the sheer degeneracy that Antigone's has plumbed for millennia. Antigone's felt the itch of his sonic blaster, the weapon calling out for weeping song. It preyed upon that sense of cosmic ennui, its tongue licking its way along the ridges of his dulling hearts. The kill lust steadily pulsed through his blood,
engorging his appendages with the promise of sweet adrenaline relief, the sonic blaster tempting him with false promises of satisfaction. But Antigenes was not fooled. He knew that he would take no pleasure from the stolid butchering of the lost and the damned. The weapon still found culmination in the scream of its song. Antigenes knew that it was not enough. There had to be more. Always more. A cosmic glutting that would never end, for as long as the stars still shone and the Pantheon still played their games of death and betrayal. Antigenes shuddered, stopping and staring up at the black sky. Salty rain pattered against the scar tissue of his skin, the peaceful mockery of a thirsting god. Antigenes could feel the eye of the warp upon him, the condescending approval of something that he both hated and loved. A power that always offered more but never enough. The mortals paused alongside him, a brief lull in their instrumentation giving way to the steady pitter of rain. Blind to what he saw, deaf to what he heard, waves of despair crashed through the neural pathways of his mind, serotonin hormones evaporating into ash, a terrible, pulling feeling that felt as though it might drive him again to his knees and drag him into the rocky earth.
Never enough,
Antigenes said.
Never enough, never enough, never enough.
The mortals took up the chant, screaming it to the cloud-stricken sky. Antigenes felt their dirge cut through his soul, forming great gashes through his seeping essence.
Never enough! Never enough! Never enough!
And then the keening ethereal cry, the sound light in the darkness, slicing through the despair and filling his heart with sensation hope. It was near. Antigenes pierced the blackness with transhuman eyes, saw the crude symbology etched into the mountain walls. A forbidden place. A place where sound and death met and embraced as friends. The mortals suddenly scattered, seized with wild terror. The keening noise sounded again, much louder than before, and then that sound began to carve human flesh as cleanly as a knife. Antigenes watched as a woman was perfectly bifurcated in half, skin peeling back like bubbling paint. The source of the leading voice soon emerged from crevices of rock and shadow. The monster was both serpentine and avian, a plumage of royal purple rippling from its head to its chest, where the flesh was then unadorned and wormy. Overlapping compacted muscles convulsed and spasmed, its crested head ended in a four-parted beak. A long, snake-like tongue modulated the pitch of its murderous song. Bloodshot eyes strained from the pressure of its sound, darting from prey to prey, and finally ending on Antigenes. The noise marine released the sonic blaster from its maglock and matched its soprano with his own. Waves of noise poured from the weapon, folding the air on itself and setting motes of dust alight. Immediately sensing the threat, the creature coiled back and unleashed another ear-splitting chorus. Their songs collided, tsunami against lance strike, and neither could restrain the other. Antigenes screamed in ecstatic pain as his armor parted and scar tissue vibrated and popped. Exploding blood vessels spurted black in the fallen night, his transhuman physiology struggling to clot the wound that had cracked open his fused ribcage and almost found his primary heart. For its part, the creature writhed in furious agony as it was buffeted with sonic onslaught, feathers catching fire as ribbed muscles shredded, spilling forth white blood that stole the luminescence of the stars themselves. It dove to the side, slamming into a panicking mortal and crushing his bones beneath its huge bulk. The abyssal cacophony seemed only to grow, noise echoing and compounding. Never enough. Never enough. Sound that was not heard but felt drove headlong into a cosmic crescendo, forming splits in the mountains themselves, clawing open stone and earth. Mortal eardrums burst, blood seeping from ruined ears. Antigenes howled as his left oral implants exploded into flames, concussive force rippling through his head and erupting straining purple veins. The serpentine creature body slammed him, screeching in pain. Power armor buckled but held, shards of ceramite carving up the creature's flesh as the bones in Antigenes' body fractured. The healing calcification of those fractures were a rare torture, and Antigone spasmed with the pleasure of new sensation, even as he thrust his fists into the monster's gashes and began to brutally expand its wounds. The sonic blaster had fallen from his grip, but it was still roaring, pulping the feet of a doomed mortal and sending great tremors through the pass. The earth protested, rocks slipping from their moorings and plummeting to the ground, dust and broken stone dancing to the insane rhythm of their divine choir. The creature convulsed, its head rolled back, another discharge of sound scattering black clouds. So close to the emission, Antigones felt a terrible pressure on his skull, sonic hands pressed around his head and squeezing tighter and tighter. He reached deeper and deeper into the creature. He felt a blistering hole open in his forehead, trepanning his skull from which his brain bubbled and leaked. His fist found the creature's heart, pulsating wildly between armored fingers. For a moment he hesitated. The culmination of noise burned throughout his soul. The hole in his skull cracked wider and wider. Then he wrenched back his arm and brought the creature's heart with it. The monster thrashed and fell back, writhing in the dust as mortal humans panicked and fled, and rocks continued to fall from the mountains above. It fell silent, and at that same perfect moment, the sonic blaster fell silent too. Antigone staggered. He was hurt, badly. Third-degree burns spread across his ravaged face, liquefied portions of his frontal cortex dripping down his forehead. His chest was sliced open, and the bones in his body were still struggling to heal. Antigones fell to his knees. If he had a mouth, he might have smiled. His soul was screaming, ecstatic apotheosis burning through his entire essence. He breathed slow, deliberate breaths. His heart slowed to the rapid tap dance of its usual frenetic chaos. Proto-bone tissue formed across skeletal splinters and provided the illusion of wholeness. Blistering liquid seeped from around his burn wounds, protecting his ruined skin from infection and exposure. Devastated blood vessels clotted and reknitted. He healed. The rockfalls had ceased. The clouds had cleared, exposing a shimmering starry sky. The dead creature was still, the remains of its wormy purple flesh stained in the lurid white of its blood. Antigones could still hear it keening, echoing endlessly through his shattered mind. It took him a few minutes to realize that the noise was real. He followed at once, squeezing his way through a gap in the rock. The path led him into a wider cavern, utterly black but for the pale moonlight leaking through cracks in the stone. It did not matter. Antigones followed the ethereal sound, wandering like a drunkard lost in a personal dream. When he found them, a long, rattling sigh reverberated through his Vox grill. In a nest of stone and bone writhed a dozen infant creatures, each no longer than Antigones' arm. They coiled about one another, mottled feathers thrusting weakly into the silvery moonlight as wormy muscle contracted and retracted. One sang a low, mournful trill for the death of its mother, four-parted beak splitting apart as a dancing tongue sent the tones up and down. The black air tremored to its dirge, scratching along the luminum nerves of Antigones' final oral implant. Methodically, Antigones strangled the 11 other creatures, savoring their weak gasps that vibrated and thrummed along his cadaver flesh. To the last, Antigones offered his arm, and watched as it coiled around the limb. Another decade. Another dozen worlds. This one had a name, but Antigones did not care to know it. The desert winds thrust sand deep into the troughs and valleys of his scar tissue, filling his Vox grill and half suffocating him as he rode onwards. Antigones enjoyed the sensation, feeling his vision blur. His third lung strove to compensate, a delicate percussion band of organs within his chest, the pulse of blood, the pounding of hearts, the thrill of adrenaline. His mount sensed his pleasure and sped forwards, its coiling, slithering movements sending jerking patterns through his body. It had grown in the intervening years, even larger than its murdered mother. Its flesh had mutated into a translucent, ever-running skin that slunk around Antigones' legs. its purple feathers ending in barbed spikes that constantly oozed with the stinking effusions of sexual congress and blood. Together, Antigenes and his creatures sang of death and destruction and manic excess. With each mad bar of music, they strove to outdo the other, finding higher pitches, higher volumes, a whirling hurricane of sound that shredded the Eldari jet bikers that flew all around them. Antigenes felt his soul soar as waves of sonic energy overcame the Eldari in new and exciting ways, transforming them into convulsing, pulsing, spasming monuments to sound. He could feel their alien souls singing in tandem as the keening perfection of his mount shattered soul stones and added their torments to the nightmare song. Antigenes leaned back, his heart beating with the mad vitality of purpose, his voice full of joy.
Never enough! Never enough! Never enough!
The city's death was slow and cruel. An orbital bombardment, fire from the pitiless skies, would have been a terrible end, but at least a swift one. A bloody sack would have been slower, but once the frenzied tide had passed over, there would at least have been a kind of peace in the dripping silence, a final end to horror and to grief. Yet the solemn citadels and flowing boulevards of Ardennos faced a doom that lacked even the frail dignity of those fates. A doom reserved for those who for some unguessable purpose are made the sport of the monstrous forces that govern the motions of the stars. There would be no climactic moment of metropolitan murder. Ardennos would face a lingering death that was not a death. Not a single knife thrust to the heart, but the multiplying agonies of an infected wound. For the Lord of Plagues was victor over Ardennos, and his celebratory habits were cheerfully bare of mercy. Abelin looked through the leaded window panes of the graceful house she'd once been so proud of, and wept with a hopeless dread so vast that it bordered on a strange kind of ecstasy. The vault of heaven above her was dyed in vomitous hues and quartered by twining rivers of flies in their triumphal millions. The quaint rooftops below seethed with corpse beetles, maggots and unidentifiable pus-wet things that boiled through gutters and slopped down walls in a loathsome tide. Thumping over the city skyline came great war creatures, their machine limbs hideously crooked and arthritic, garlanded in rank fumes that crawled outwards, eating up every breath of clean air left in the world. Even here, in the last unspoilt quarter of ill-starred Ardennos, a mile away and behind thick glass, her panic-flaring nostrils could pick up the stench. The worst of all was beneath that spreading fume, she knew. They'd broadcast themselves onto every public picked screen in Ardennos to make sure that everyone knew what they looked like. She had looked up at one from a market square in morbid interest and caught a single mind-scourging glimpse before she blanched away and fled for home, retching and weeping. The picked screen had been crowded with the screeching beast-faced mutants and half-rotted shock soldiery of the Chaos Host, and behind them their terrible masters. The stamping ranks of monsters whose armor crawled with slick unlife and whose eyes were glowing witchlights. And behind them, more obscene presences still, mercifully half-blurred by static, loping out of the dark and slavering for their demon god's victory feast. Abelin flinched from the blooming darkness beyond the window, unable to endure any more. She reeled like a drunkard back through the quiet shadows of her home, slamming doors behind her till the distant roars and screams were blotted out for a few more precious moments. She clambered up the main staircase, skidding on discarded food, tripping on her shattered possessions and blinking dizzily in the overhead lumen light that fizzed and flickered, never to shine clear again. She just wanted to look at him. One long, longing look, reassuring herself that he was still alive. The bedroom door creaked back before an unsteady hand. She stood on the threshold, and her hot tears ran immediately. A bitter rain that she now doubted would ever stop. Her boy's face was like a wax death mask now, but she knew he was still alive from the way his blanket trembled, as the ravaged body below jerked and shook with endless microspasms. He couldn't truly sleep anymore, but exhaustion had sent him into a kind of fugue state, a dull twilight between sleep and waking. The occasional low moan or raw-edged wheeze escaped his bleeding lips, but his eyes were unfocused and uncomprehending, looking only at pain. As far as Abelin knew, he had lived longer than any other case of the new pox to date, despite the lack of steady hands to tend to him. Half the household staff had fled, a further quarter had been conscripted and were doubtless now dying in creative ways at the barricade streets away. With a handful of mysteriously immune exceptions, the rest of Abelin's domestics had all died of the warp-bred disease a week earlier, frothy blood and bile dribbling free of burst lips as their eyes finally glazed and their limbs drummed a final mad dance on their sodden beds. But her boy lived, sustained perhaps by the rare strength of his lineage. It was the knowledge that the blood of heroes ran in him that sustained Abelin's final Firefly mote of hope. His forebears had been champions and warlords, with a great-great-great-uncle on his father's side who, according to family lore, had been inducted into the Angels of Death, and even now walked impossible battlefields a galaxy away, to the everlasting pride of his descendants. Even now, there was a patrician sternness to the set of the dying boy's features, an echo of nobility, like a weathered statue that still spoke to the mastery of its maker through the moss and mold of its ruin. She saw the taunting visions in her mind's eye, her son, her Daniel, becoming the first to throw off the pox and recover, a measure of life and strength rising in him like the dawn. The two of them hand in hand, winging through the streets of Ardennos with the nightmare falling away behind them, reaching the ruins of the spaceport, finding an intact shuttle forgotten in the anarchy, somehow willing it into orbit. But there was no shuttle. No streets not clogged with corpses or screaming mobs or dull-eyed cult murderers. No cure. Abelin thought of that legendary great-great-great-uncle, wondering where he was now, in a granite mausoleum for the victorious slain, burning a rebellious hive in another segmentum, or perhaps even now he was in close orbit, minutes away from a fiery avenging descent to save his birthplace from the enemy. Dashing the tears from her eyes, Abelin slunk to the nearest window and peered hopefully upwards. The sky was the same, but worse. The cloud cover thickening and curdling into vast toxic reefs laced with hordes of black, demonic flies like pulsing veins. You could hear the buzzing now. You could probably hear the buzzing in orbit. No shining comet of fire came. With nothing else left, Abelin sank to her knees and prayed as she'd never prayed in her life before. In a cobblestone square a few minutes' walk from Abelin's house, cultists in stiff rags and rusted body armor shambled forwards in loose formation, gripping looted PDF rifles in boil-pocked hands. The turncoat sergeant leading them mumbled a placatory prayer of his own to the grandfather as slithering parasites squelched beneath his boot heels. One of the locals, lamed by shrapnel and wriggling on the cobbles, whimpered a strangled plea for mercy as the sergeant approached him. The cult soldier swung his las rifle on his strap and sank to one knee, swatting aside the civilian's flailing hands. He made a few passes with his knife, opening deep cuts which he laughingly smeared with the juices of crushed parasite creatures, ensuring that multiple fiendish infections would ignite in the deep places of the man's body. Ignoring the newly blessed victim's shrill wailing, he rose with another prayer, sheathing his knife and signaling to the squad to move on. Abelin's fine-looking house swam into view, sitting proudly on raised ground above the crowding rooftops of the common homes around it, like a mounted officer marshalling the milling infantry for a final stand. The sergeant instantly recognized the worth in securing it as a strongpoint and hissed instructions to the squad. Advance, secure, desecrate. Abruptly, the sergeant smelled something, a cold, harsh tang that somehow cut through the melange of competing foulness that now blanketed the city. There was a sudden charge in the air, a humming tension like the moment before the breaking of a storm. A dull thunderclap, A burst of frigid light, a perfect circle of the street's surface was seared clean, crawling plague creatures reduced to fine black dust, a corpse rendered into a fading ghost of ash. 6 forms stood in formation, more than human in bulk, armored in pitchy black and bleached white. For a moment, this corner of Ardennos was suddenly horribly silent. Even the background roar of the city's fall muffled into a muted drone. The cultists gawped, hopelessly confused as to the nature of these newcomers. Their unspoken questions were answered by a bellow of synchronized bolter fire. Silently, the grim Astartes tramped through the shredded remains of the cultist squad, mirroring the line of advance of their own victims. The sergeant looked down at his own spilling stomach, taking perverse comfort in the leaking ruin, knowing he would see the Plague Father face to face soon. With dimming eyes, he looked up at one of the Astartes as it passed, noting with stoic amusement the curious icon embossed on the brute's shoulder. A spiked black and white skull, the void spilling out of its glaring sockets. Aberlin was shaken from her prayers by the crackle of autogun fire. The staccato sounds were close and getting closer, close enough to be sharply distinct from the general sonic horror of Ardennos' doom. A cold wash of primitive fear shook her back to herself, momentarily stilling her own tremoring, and with stalking primitive movements, she crawled to the nearest window and squinted out. She could see running figures scattering out of the street mouths below, fleeing citizenry who jerked and fell by the dozen, then the score. The barricades had clearly shattered, and the battlefront was closing. Soon, the grinning abominations she glimpsed on the pic screen would be here, surely eager to make sport of her, to make sport of her boy. Aberlin's face went hard and still with a savage resolve. Eyes wide and gleaming with near madness, she strode towards her husband's private chambers. The Imperial Guard Brigadier, long departed for an interstellar war from which she now knew he would never return. Though she needed his presence desperately, all she had now were the few tokens he'd left behind, neatly pressed clothes, a few worn medals and a polished box. The tang of his cigar smoke that never quite left the air and made her want to start weeping again. And the display case near the master bed, the silver glass shimmering faintly. Aberlin keyed in the passcode and the security measures shut down with a contented murmur. The case hinged open, and Aberlin plucked out the sleek las rifle, running her hands over the embossed gilt on the stock, the stylized Aquila marked with the household crest between its 2 rearing heads. She handled it deftly, snapping the power pack in and checking the sights, remembering a pleasant tutorial at a firing range and a day of game hunting a lifetime ago. She would kill them until they were forced to kill her. In fact, she would kill them until they were forced to blow the house off its foundations. If her boy was to die, his death would be the clean end to a filthy ordeal. He would die with his mother protecting him. A mother's duty, discharged to the very end.
Are we close? The time window here is a slender and uncomfortable one.
The first voice was hard and edged, like a sword stroke cleaving air.
Very close. We are within agreed mission time parameters, but we must advance quickly.
This voice was cultured, but the culture it suggested was one so cruel that it circled all the way back around to barbarism. The voice was knowledgeable, but it was knowledge not of art and medicine and philosophy, but torture and poison gas and fanaticism.
I could stand to linger for a while.
The third voice was rough and had something of tavern brawls and prize fights to it.
Culling these plague leeches is a fine use of my time, however limited. We cannot fight a world.
The first voice again.
And to rise to the notice of enemy command at this juncture would be unwise.
More important than our world-fighting abilities, if we linger for the sake of a gunfight, then we lose the prize,
said the second voice.
I sense his vitality fading. I can keep soul tethered to body, but I need proximity. Hurry.
Veteran Sergeant Kalfus nodded and rapped out more sword-stroke words.
Brothers, advance. Double time. Combat Protocol Quintus. Arius ward the rear if you are so eager to trade ammunition with Plague Spawn.
The sons of Malice proceeded swiftly towards their goal, hell itself a waxing roar behind them. Abelin eased open an upper window and settled into a firing position. Visibility was dropped rapidly as the soaring fly legions arced overhead. Combined with the smoke of distant fires and the fog of poisoned air the enemy projected before itself, it was enough to blank out the heavens and drown Ardennos in endless false night. Give me a target. Abelin prayed privately in the ravaged halls of her mind. Give me one good chance to strike. But she was losing the light, and the howl of ruin was growing louder until she knew nothing but awful grinding noise. Cursing softly, she pawed at the control switch for the security lights with a shaking hand, and stark radiance blazed out over the mansion grounds, revealing the scrawny figures that were boiling like maggots over the wall and tramping across the lawns. With a scream of terror and hate, Abelin fired. Unsteady as she was, the lasbolt went wide, scoring over the heads of the damned soldierly. A fusillade of autogun fire and las rounds answered her, and she cringed down to the carpeted floor, feeling shards of glass land in her hair and clothes as the half-open window disintegrated. The pock of weapons fire striking the outer wall was a malevolent staccato. Bent low, she scurried to another window, thumbed the las rifle to full auto, and rose, swinging the weapon to her shoulder and firing a full burst through the pain at the swarming figures below with a wordless screech. At least this time they scattered and ducked, and there were croaking shouts of alarm, and a hard round that clipped her shoulder blade and sent her sprawling like a forgotten toy, shaking with pain and shock. Abelin clawed at the wound and sobbed. She heard the crack of doors giving way below her, and a shriek of alarm from one of the household maids that turned into a bubbling scream that didn't seem to end, only climb higher and higher until it left the range of human hearing. Abelin rolled onto her stomach and began to crawl towards her son's room, gripped by the sudden realization of the insanity of her plan for a last stand. Now the only priority was the grim mathematics of mercy. A last round for him, then another for her. And then, if every sermon she'd ever heard had been true, they would embrace again at the foot of the golden throne. She somehow gathered her legs beneath her and rose from a crawl to a stumbling simian lope. She rounded a corner, smearing her own blood on the torn wallpaper, and fixed wide, half-mad eyes on her Daniel's bedroom door. She was just in time to see a tall cultist wrapped in oozing black leather, its ill-shaped skull a gangrenous nightmare, step through it with bayonet raised. Abelin screamed again, a hoarse, animal sound. The figure turned and grinned at her. Its eyes were sparking emeralds and its face ran like wax, shimmering. It gave a slow nod and saluted her with the rust-spotted, filth-smeared bayonet blade before it stepped out of sight into the bedroom and swung the door shut behind it. Brother Sepius's bolter gave a harsh double crack, and a pair of infected soldiers came apart, splattering gore and pus across the cobbles. Sergeant Kalfus's sensory display fizzed with the glittering scars of weapon blasts. Inwardly reciting a prayer of hatred to the supreme paradox, he smartly aimed and fired his bolter at the luminous outline of each target of opportunity. Life signs shivered and winked out in sequence. Unwilling to break taboo and speak aloud during combat, he triggered a quick rhythmic sequence of static pulses over the inter-squad Vox, signaling to his comrades to shift to attack pattern Sextus. The squad smoothly adopted the new formation, though Kalfus ground his teeth in irritation at the audible sound of Arius's rough, too eager breathing over the channel. He's starting to enjoy himself too much, thought Kalfus, and it's unbecoming. He will need to be watched closely, lest heretical influences creep in. Half the squad warded their flanks and rear as the other half stormed the wall surrounding the genteel property, snapshots dropping the cultists still clinging to it like filthy spiders. A shuddering body fell across Kalfus' shoulders and tumbled off him onto the cobbles with a crackle of breaking bones and a damp chuckle that ended when his boots stove in the creature's temple. They didn't bother to scale the wall or search for a gate. They just balled through it, masonry clattering off their armor. The lawn was thronged with the enemy, a heaving mob that was soon venting lashings of blood as bolter fire chopped into it. More diseased troopers were already piling through smashed doorways and empty window frames. A curse clawed at the back of Kalfus' throat, stifled with effort. It seemed suspiciously like they were already too late. The cultist stood over the boy's bed and smiled his repulsive parody of a smile again. The youth twitched and moaned, his hands swatting feebly at sodden sheets, clearly in the vice of some nightmare. The cult soldier of Nurgle desperately wanted the lad to open his eyes so he could see the nightmare was real. Tragically, the boy showed no sign of waking, and the observer's appraising gaze told him it was unlikely the boy ever would. He was sinking deeper into green and rotting dreams. Soon his innards would be a rich soup of torment, and the final and most wonderful changes could begin. Of course, such changes could always be enhanced, heightened. The cultist grinned wide enough that his cheeks split with a drizzle of foulness. He lowered the wet and teeming edge of his bayonet towards the boy's sore-marked face. The bedroom door flew off its hinges with a gunshot crack of splitting wood. The cultist wheeled, perfectly presenting himself for a close-range las round that flash-fried his rancid guts. He swayed, eyes bulging, and hefted his rifle. Aberlin was sprawled on the fallen door from where she'd hurled herself against it. Snarling, she rose to a kneeling position, corrected her grip on her husband's rifle, and fired again. The round bored through the enemy's torso and crisped the wallpaper behind him. The cultist wheezed once and toppled. Barely aware of the blood that was now soaking through her clothing and spotting the carpet, Aberlin clawed her way to her son's bedside. She clung to him and sobbed noiselessly, aware of the crashing footfalls and raving voices that rapidly drew closer. For a fleeting moment his eyelids tremored, as if he was about to wake, as if he could hear her. There was a flicker of tension in his limbs, of rare and awesome strength. But a pain spasm crumpled his face, the strength winked out, and he slumped back onto the mattress, reclaimed by the nightmare. Aberlin gripped the las rifle and steeled herself. It was only when she grimly blinked the tears out of her eyes in preparation for the task that she focused enough to see that the weapon's power pack was depleted. The screaming, inhuman voices were right outside the door. Unfathomable sounds blasted her. The voices reached a lunatic crescendo and fell away. And suddenly, shockingly, throughout the mansion, there was only a terrible silence. The door frame buckled and tore wider as a giant entered. The whirring armor was an eye-savaging mix of sterile bone white and a black that made the creature's bulky form seem like a door into deep space. Its greaves were daubed with blood and ooze, and hot smoke fumed from the muzzle of its bolter. It glowered down at Aberlin, unspeaking. Her mind hanging by the last threads of sanity, Aberlin could only gawp. Kalfus registered his brothers signaling silently from the abattoir that the mansion and its grounds had now become. No contacts. Any surviving enemy had scrambled back beyond the perimeter and were doubtless now summoning help. Time was short.
Witch,
rapped Kalfus.
I have eyes on the prize. Get in here, quickly.
The sorcerer Paimon stepped in, smoky shadows coiling around the staff he clutched in one sigil-etched gauntlet. With an oddly gentle motion, he slid Aberlin aside and craned over the dying boy. Warp fire sparked in the eye slits of his sculpted visor as he studied the awesome damage done to the youth's vitals.
So close,
Paimon hissed, voice tense with frustration.
I can see the strength in him, see it even as it wanes, but it is unfueled. I can spark a flame to burn the pestilence out of him, but I lack kindling. He will be dead and rotting in moments.
Please, croaked Aberlin.
dazed and now wading from the shallows of hysteria to the deeps of true madness.
Please help him. He's a good boy. He's tough like his father, like all his fathers. His ancestor was Astartes.
This chapter does not need well-behaved boys,
grunted Paimon.
It needs those who will do whatever it takes to fight and win. I can see the potentiality caged inside him, but the fiery spirit, it is not there.
I will do whatever it takes,
gasped Abelin.
Me. Take every drop of blood out of me and put it into him.
Paimon turned to her thoughtfully. The malformed shadows that clung to him thickened, crooking into claws and pinions.
A mother's love,
the sorcerer said.
Yes, I understand. What could you possibly understand?
Kalphas growled.
None of us remember our mothers. How could this female possibly serve us?
The rite of consummation,
said Paimon, sliding a silvered combat knife from its sheath. Kalphas had seen enough that it was nigh impossible to shock him, but there was still a faint note of surprise in his voice.
The boy is totally unaugmented. How could the rite possibly take? It requires strength, the very thing he lacks.
I deal in paradoxes, Sergeant,
said Paimon, a smile in his terrible voice.
It is a question of love, you see.
He knelt and raised the knife blade before Abelin's face. The runes running along the honed edge shone, pristine and deadly. Abelin looked at it blearily.
This will mean the end of you, and centuries of health and strength for him,
said Paimon.
He will be an Astartes, a great champion like his ancestor. But you will not see it, and your trial will be great. Do you understand? Do you assent?
Abelin came back to herself, just enough to look the monster in its slow-burning eyes.
He will live. He will be an Astartes, a hero of mankind.
He will live. He will be one of the Emperor's chosen sons. Mankind will tell stories of his great deeds.
Abelin nodded slowly. For the first time since the first alarm sirens had screamed across the skies above Ardenos, the graven lines of dread on her face smoothed, and her eyes cleared. The eyes had something like peace in them.
I understand. I assent.
Paimon made a quick motion with the knife, and a rune of malice was traced on her forehead. The skin parted so deftly that there was a fleeting hesitation before the blood began to well. Abelin flinched once, then settled, squaring her shoulders for the promised ordeal. Paimon turned to the bed, swiftly slicing the same rune into her son's brow. The blood that appeared was thick and discolored. The boy moaned.
You ask how I understand, Sergeant,
said Paimon, raising his staff and whirling it above his helmed head with a murderous hum.
How I can say I understand love despite being a creature of hatred, without even the ghost of a memory of my mother's face.
The shadows, the half-demon things from the distant realms of paradox and spite, orbited Paimon, twisting and twining furiously as if trying to force themselves into true existence.
Hate is not the opposite of love. Love's opposite is a bloodless loathing, a vulgar, inglorious thing. A man hates because he loves, or because he loved once. I understand love because I live and fight for such a great hatred. A hatred that bound me to a pitiless abomination of a deity in rebellion against the great gods who are the very principles of existence itself. Once you open yourself fully to that madness, you will come to understand.
He motioned with the knife again. More blood started from Abelin's arms. A law. She half cried out, then bit it back, eyes suddenly blazing.
Love.
The knife blade, now tainted with mingled blood, traced a sequence of runes in the air, written in sorcerer's shadow.
The runes swooped down into the boy's slack mouth, little barbs of darkness that plunged into his vitals, coldly scouring away disease and corruption, forming a crooked lattice that shielded the vital sinews of his laboring heart.
And hate.
The living shadows spiked through his brain and whispered harshly to the most primitive parts of him, the parts that slept beneath the silent black ocean at the bottom of the mind, telling them to activate and awaken.
Are the same.
The shadows hissed, venomous and satisfied, then fell into a reverent silence. Paimon looked at Aberlin one last time. The woman was quaking, her eyes wide. The sorcerer raised a single finger to his visor in a shushing gesture. Aberlin gnawed her lip and nodded back. The boy threw himself up from the bed in a frenzied jerk, like a coiled spring unleashing its brimming energy. He seemed almost suspended in the air for a straining moment before he crashed back onto the mattress, back arched, retching and twisting. Daniel screamed once, a broken animal keen. Then he fell silent. The boy sat up stiffly. Aberlin looked into her son's eyes and quailed. There was nothing there. Just a hideous vacancy as total as the void between galaxies where nightmares bred. Love was gone. Pity was gone. But pain and fear were gone also, perhaps never to return. That gave her the smallest consolation, a single flickering flame in the impossible dark. She told herself it would have to be enough. She saw him tense, all predator, all jungle cat. She could not have known that the hunting beasts of Celis, the sons of Malice's long-stolen homeworld, would tense in the exact same way before they fell upon prey. But if she'd been told, she would have believed it. Aberlin closed her eyes. The last thing she sensed before a nova of pain that swiftly passed into deep shock was the comforting scent of her husband's cigar smoke. Hunter fell upon prey. Teeth fastened and crooked fingers tore. Arterial spray slashed the air, dappled Kalphas's breastplate. He didn't notice. Paimon studied the patterns the blood made as it sprayed and spewed and soaked, and nodded curtly to himself. The omens were promising. When it was done, the boy looked up, his eyes bright and alert. The marks of disease on his cheeks and chest were hidden beneath thick smears of gore, but Paimon could tell that they were already paling. The teeming bacterium corralled by the ice of sorcery cycling in his veins so that the magically charged blood and flesh of the ritual could smother them to death.
Congratulations, sorcerer,
grunted Kalphas.
I suppose your prophecies have rung true again, and you have found yourself an apprentice.
Paimon cocked his head.
Almost,
he said.
But there is the small matter of extraction. I feel the great enemy's demented children drawing closer.
Kalphas's vox bead hissed.
Plague Marines entering combat range,
said Arius. The inappropriate smugness in his rough voice made his sergeant grimace.
Mortarian sons?
Kalphas asked.
I don't think so. Some renegade rabble. Approach very sloppy. They have a modest 3-to-1 advantage, though. A counter-charge would be bracing, Sergeant. We're not trying to retake the planet. Control yourself, battle brother. Control yourself.
The threat humming in Kalphas's voice was unsubtle. He heard Arius draw a harsh breath, presumably swallowing his hate. When its reply came, it was admirably free of open resentment.
Understood, my sergeant.
There is a boil to be lanced here, Kalphas thought, but the operation will have to wait for another day on another world. He opened a channel to the rest of the squad.
We only need to hold them long enough for the teleport Homer to lock on. Defense pattern secundus. No unseemly displays of enthusiasm, or I'll remove some of your less useful organs. My brothers, fall silent.
The sons noiselessly took up firing positions with a practiced swiftness that did not require communication. As the plague Marines balled gracelessly into the mansion grounds, their squelching progress was brought to a staggering halt by a blistering fusillade. Rot-streaked power armor buckled and shattered, altered flesh pulped and spurted. Glottal curses filled the air between the crack of bolt shells.
The advancing force's ponderous progress became glacial.
Lingering body heat in the rampart of dead cultists baffled their armor's corroded sensors, and return fire tore into dead flesh or scarred the sculpted walls of the home Aberlin had once been so proud of. Paimon led the boy by the hand, like the child he notionally was, though the eyes that glared starkly out of his bloodied face were no longer the eyes of boy or man. He led him out onto the roof, the other sons unhurriedly drawing back after them, halting at disciplined intervals to crack more volleys at the enemy. The boy looked down at Ardennos, at the streets where his faltering childhood feet had once walked, which now smoked with war and ran with corrosive filth. The buzzing of the infinite vortexes of flies was everywhere now. Even if the sons of Malice were not forbidden to speak in combat, it would have been impossible to hear anything other than the constant razored whine of the flies anyway. Cyclopean demons loomed over the neighborhood, their viridian eyes burning with triumph. Rooftops collapsed into spreading lakes of slurry, bobbing with hundreds of corpses. The boy's face contorted. There might have been a few fading motes of grief left, but as the last traces of his old identity were ground beneath the foundations of his new one, his expression spoke only of holy disgust. He looked away from Ardennos, to the cold, white-black shapes of his new brothers, admiring the sterile perfection of their hatred. No sickness or disease blighted them. In great armor were they clad. Finally, he looked up at the dying sky. Somewhere in the pristine vacuum, sensors roamed furiously like hunting hounds, prying at the toxified cloud cover to break through and lock onto the squad signal. A terrible ordeal to peer into a world in the process of falling down the plague god's gullet, but not impossible. The tide of putrescence lapped over the threshold of his home, swallowed everything he had ever loved. The last thought he had as a subject of the faraway God Emperor, before the black ice of the great god Malice's sorcerous will fully permeated his brain and his humanity fully froze over, was not of his dead father, or his mother's anguished face, or any sentimental yearning for girls' faces or childhood toys in the snow. It was his ancestor, tall and solemn and stern in armored plate, just as he stood on the canvas of a portrait currently melting out of its frame in one of the rooms below. In his mind's eye, the boy met the lost hero's gaze, and for a long moment the world became still. The universe became silent. The air around them became frigid. Beneath his visor, Paimon's white lips smiled. The boy closed his eyes, as the cold light of the teleportarium's esoteric energies turned the blood on his skin to ribbons of black against white. When he opened them, he stood on the black iron deck of the Thesis of Hate, hunter ship of the traitorous fraternity of the Sons of Malice, doomed once men at war with the universe. His life had been a lie. Any faint trace of doubt about this had vanished the moment he had placed his hooves where it all had begun. The B-17 junction of the drainage conduits beneath the Hive City Fool's Hope was exactly as he remembered it. The toxic sludge level was high enough to reach a man's chest, enough to turn the heaps of waste accumulated down there into small islands, and to fill all the space beneath the makeshift platforms of scrap built by the miserable souls confined there. With walkways made of scrap metal connecting its structures, and a thriving trade in illegal goods and garbage, the B-17 junction was large enough to be considered a city beneath the city. A city for the undesirables, the derelicts, the desperate, the criminals, and the mutants. A composite population that had come to call the B-17 junction by another name, the Drowned City. For many years, Zagran had called it by an even simpler name, home. Not the house where he was born, however. That honor belonged to another shack, not much cleaner than the piles of scrap metal in the Drowned City, in fact, and just as cut off from the precious light of the planet. Yet despite this, his previous home enjoyed the dubious status of officially belonging to the Hive City of Fool's Hope on the pacified imperial world of Magog. It was there that his mother had nearly bled to death giving birth to her deformed son. And even from there she had been cast out when her neighbors had taken their first look at the newborn Zagran. Had the terrified workers sharing the slums with his mother contacted the Imperial authorities, it was very likely that Zagran's life would have ended that day. Cunning and superstition had, however, held them back. They had been cunning because there was no guarantee that the black armored Eudipetes would have simply killed the little monster without slaughtering his neighbors and setting their shacks ablaze to purify the entire area of any suspicion of contamination. They had been superstitious because the fear that Zagran's mutation could be contagious or bring a curse upon his killer had stopped them from murdering both the mother and her monstrous infant themselves. No, a much more pathetic, and in its own way primal scene had unfolded that day. Men and women dressed in rags throwing stones and garbage at a woman dressed the same as them, holding a blood-stained bundle in her arms, threatening them both with death and horrific vengeance if they dared to be seen in that sector again. Scapegoats. Zagran would never have known that term if it hadn't been for the voice. It was the voice that had whispered to him of such ancient practices when an individual would become the bearer of the sins of an entire community and be cast out so that those who remained could continue to consider themselves pure. Another lie. No one was ever truly pure. Nevertheless, Zagran had liked that name. He found it bitterly humorous. After all, he was really a goat, or at least his features vaguely resembled the creature humans called goat, which the voice had described to him. He too had hooves, horns, and horizontal pupils, but the voice had assured him that he was much, much more. Surely he was bigger than a goat. He had been bigger even then, when he had scurried behind his mother along the elevated streets of the drowned city. Bigger than a goat, certainly, but still sadly small and vulnerable. Zagran had never fully understood his mother's feelings towards him. Once she had fled from their first home, it would have been easy for her to get rid of the little monster and start a new life in another sector of the hive where his face was not yet known. Fool's Hope housed 5 billion inhabitants. No one would have noticed if one more had been added to the vast horde that crowded one of its many suffocating districts. Yet his mother had not done that. She had chosen the drowned city over the relative stability of working in a macro factory on the upper level. She, a pure human, had chosen to live among the monsters. She had hated Zagran for that. As long as she lived, she had poured all her anger and frustration onto him, but she had also fed and protected him. Even Zagran didn't really know what to think of his mother. Perhaps what had bound them was the instinctive bond that unites members of the same herd. That was something Zagran could understand well. Over time, he too had formed a herd, and that herd was now marching to war with him. Before all of this, however, he had had to learn to defend himself. Any illusion of finding solidarity among the outcasts of the drowned city had died quickly, replaced by a much bitterer truth. Even down there, among the abhumans and mutants, there were those who considered themselves more human than others, and they were willing to kill to claim this supposed superiority. Zagran had learned quickly that there were fights that couldn't be won with strength alone, and that survival through escape was more than an acceptable option, just as hiding was a valid choice, if it meant having the chance to leap at the throat of an unsuspecting enemy. Zagran let out an amused snort. His legs, covered in whitish fur and hooves, had instinctively carried him to an area of B-17 he knew very well. He had often used it to hide and set traps, which was the same thing he needed to do that day.
Smelled something.
A gas mask concealed Orax's bovine features, but Zagran sensed the questioning tone in his voice as he adjusted his fogged lenses to look at his herd leader, who had just halted their march.
This spot's fine.
He grunted, giving the order for his war herd to scatter and find a suitable position for the ambush. The voice murmured its distracted approval. Soon there would be fighting. There was dried blood on the metal sheets that formed a sort of narrow square around the quartet of stilts where Zagran's warriors had been lying in wait. Nothing strange in all this. Violence was an integral part of B-17's life. Rival gangs had fought over territory for years before the rise of the cult, and even after that, assassinations and orgies of violence had never ceased. Far from it. And then there were the inhabitants upstairs, The authorities of Fool's Hope were not unaware of the existence of the drowned city, but they had always classified it as a secondary problem to be solved as soon as there were sufficient resources in order to do so. For the most part, however, the governor seemed more than happy to turn a blind eye over the inhabitants of the sewer pipes, regarding them as an irritating but hard-to-fix evil, like a tick rooted too deep in the flesh. However, even this being the case, there were limits that should not be exceeded. In fact, there was no surer way to attract the fury of imperial justice than to break the illusion of the non-existence of the drowned city. Every trespass, every mutant sighting in Fool's Hope were invariably followed by retaliation. Eudipetes dressed in black and equipped with riot shields and lethal firearms would descend into B-17, shooting and killing indiscriminately for hours before returning to the surface, like avenging ghosts. Although each raid was more brutal than the previous one, the trespassing on the Hive City had never stopped. After all, hunger is a ruthless killer that never leaves its victims any escape. While there was always the possibility that the solid bullets of a shotgun from the Imperial law enforcers would not hit you but the person next to you. Zagran knew it well. His mother died like this. Nothing to be surprised about after all. The sanctity of the human form was nothing more than another lie, with which the corpse throne poisoned its subjects. A bestial physique was instead far more agile. Zagran had become adept at hiding and escaping reprisals, and so he was therefore incredibly and unpleasantly surprised when the cult managed to find him. Yet without the cult, he would never have been able to free himself from the lies of the Imperium. Inferior, abject, repulsive, inhuman, monster, beast man. That's what they called him, and that's how he ended up considering himself.
Lies.
Yes, the voice was right, and now he knew it too. An epiphany which, however, perhaps would not have arrived without the cult. The cult. That name hadn't impressed Zagran at all the first time he heard it. In fact, it was more accurate to say that he had laughed his head off when he heard its full name. The Cult of the Whispering Silk. At the time, Zagran had no idea what silk was. It had simply struck him as an overly pompous and complicated name for the kind of life that was lived in the drowned city. A few cycles, and this oddity would likely sink back into the waste flows beneath the shacks. Its members, eliminated by some bigger fish, were absorbed into one of the larger, more ferocious gangs. One of those that could even boast a little history of their own in the B-17 conduit. Gangs like the Skin Strippers or the Black Death. Zagran had to revise his opinion when the leader of the Skin Strippers was put on display in the Black Market Square, hanged by a silk rope. Apparently, despite their ridiculously elaborate name, the killers of the cult knew what they were doing, and would make themselves known for a long time to come as they climbed to power among the gangs of the drowned city. Even their appearance, so alien compared to the shacks and scrap piles, no longer provoked the laughter of the early days. After all, the members of the cult were able to eliminate in just a few cycles the most bloodthirsty tyrants of that ruthless place and their veteran assassins, so the trinkets and brightly colored clothes they wore ceased to be objects of mockery, and instead became symbols of admiration and awe. In the dark corners of B-17, it was whispered that the cult had connections and influence in the upper levels, and for a good reason. Their blades were far beyond the crude scrap metal painstakingly forged into knives and blunt weapons by the gangs of the drowned city, not to mention their firearms. Somehow the cult had managed to outsmart the system of customs that B-17 had been built upon for generations. They regularly received supplies from above without provoking the wrath of the Eudipetes. There was little to be gained from opposing them, while all sorts of rewards awaited those who embraced their faith. Weapons, food, and even items that in living memory had never been seen in the drowned city. The cult was changing everything. Even the smells of the drowned city were no longer the same as before their arrival. And it was this, more than anything else, that had aroused Zagran's suspicions and mistrust. The scents hit his abhuman nostrils with greater intensity, and the sweet, rich, and suffocating fragrances of the assassins of the cult clashed with the stench of death and waste he had always lived with. They were wrong scents, ones that made Zagran's head ache, and that was enough for him to keep as far away from them as possible.
Foolish.
Zagran nodded again toward the voice. He couldn't disagree with it. Zagran would likely have continued to live as an outcast, believing he deserved nothing more if the cult hadn't found him. At first, he had tried to defend his den by fighting with an iron bar, claws, and fangs. He had even managed to bring down 3 cultists before their electric prods overwhelmed him. Zagran knew he was going to die. A man might hesitate to deliver the killing blow to one of his own kind, but that type of mercy wasn't meant for mutants like him. He had seen it happen time and time again, but the cult didn't want to kill him. As he lay stunned on the ground, a woman in purple robes, her face hidden behind a mask, approached him and began to speak. Zagran didn't understand most of the words she was saying, but he understood that her tone was gentle. He was confused. That was the kind of tone the weak of the drowned city used towards the strong ones when they wanted their lives spared or when they were begging for favors or protection. And yet now it was being used for him, defeated and lying on the ground. It was strange, but not unpleasant. And the woman kept speaking to him with respect. She didn't call him an abomination or a monster. She said it was an honor to stand before a body shaped in the image of God, because that's what he was. A chosen one filled with divine gifts, destined to fight a holy war. The rest were all lies from the corpse emperor, a false emperor, not a god to be ashamed of, and to whom beg for mercy from for the disgrace of living in such an inhuman form. She had given him flesh, real flesh, and asked him to follow them. Zagran had followed them. It was true. The cult wasn't originally from the drowned city. Their bases and command structures came from the upper city, and they enjoyed a secret abundance. Zagran hadn't known how white and brilliant his fur could be until he was washed in tubs filled with real clean water. Zagran hadn't known how magnificent his body could look until it was made glossy with oils and perfumes, his horns adorned with precious trinkets. Zagran hadn't known how lethal he could be until he was able to grip a chainsword in his clawed fist. Armed as such, with his face hidden behind a custom-made silk mask, Zagran had fought and killed for the cult. He had taken command of a herd of other chosen ones like himself, and had learned to lead them into battle, first against rival gangs that had dared reject the cult's generous offers, and then in bolder assaults against the soldiers of the Corpse Emperor, the oppressor whose lies had kept him living among the refuse until the truth had reached him. And then there were the feasts. Every victory was followed by celebrations, in which Zagran and his herd were the honored guests. There were 1,000 pleasures of which the Beastman had been unaware, and at those feasts he had been initiated into each of them. It was after the 6th wild celebration that the voice came to him, to guide and advise him. Despite his initial reluctance, Zagran quickly understood that the voice whispered to him the words of the god of truth and feasts, the god who laughed with him as he vented his violence on the privileged citizens of the upper city, those who had cast him to live in misery and despair. The voice even suggested new ways to make the victim scream louder and longer. And since the voice had started speaking to him, Zagran had grown even more. He was the first of the faithful and the foremost of the cult's warriors, so it was only right that he led its vanguard that day, on that decisive day when they would overthrow the government of the false emperor and replace it with the truths of the cult. The strike had been carefully planned. As requested by the leaders of the cult, Zagran had made sure to leave a recognizable signature in his assaults on the structures and warehouses of the Hive City. He had even left survivors who, instead of screaming in the prisoner fences or being offered as sacrifices to the god, would scream their fear to the representatives of the government. The mutants were encroaching and attacking with a ferocity and brazenness never seen before. The retaliation would therefore be exemplary, and that was exactly what Zagran and the cult desired. It had taken much longer than Zagran had imagined for the servants of the Corpse Emperor to make their appearance. Never to his memory had so much time passed between a provocation and a response, but this was likely due to the scale of the preparations. The cult's informants reported that hundreds of RBTs and militia soldiers would be infiltrating the drain conduits beneath the Hive City. This time, the government of False Hope had decided to settle accounts once and for all with the drowned city. But the cult knew, and they would be ready. That was why Zagran and his herd had taken position in the square formed between 4 stilts, weapons ready and senses alert. While they waited, there wasn't much to do or say. The cult's demagogue had spoken enough before sending the assault squads to their respective sectors. He had preached the glory of the god, the rewards that would await them once the Hive City was purified from lies and hypocrisies, and had invoked divine blessing upon them, both humans and chosen ones, who had already received their share of gifts. Zagran smiled at the memory of the cult soldiers who had paraded in front of him before the battle, begging to brush the tips of his 6 horns with their fingers. They considered it a good omen. Some had even asked permission to adorn them with charms of their own making, a kind of divine offering to the avatar of the object of their worship. Zagran had chosen the most beautiful jewels and discarded the others, bestowing both worship and despair with each of his decisions. This was life, and he could afford it. None of his warriors had been blessed with the divine number of horns. Zagran allowed himself a moment to study those figures he knew so well. Voran, with a single eye in the middle of his forehead and claws so sharp that no other weapon was necessary. Uskar, blessed with an extra limb to wield no fewer than 3 blades simultaneously. Golor, honored by the demagogue himself with the privilege of wielding the battle whip, capable of driving even the battle-hardened warriors of the herd into heights of frenzy that were beyond measure. Grishka, the shaman of the herd, probably the most valuable and most dangerous of his warriors. Zagran had never fully figured him out. Sometimes Grishka seemed to have the utmost devotion toward him. Other times he looked at him with the mocking air of someone who knew a secret that no one else, except him, knew. Despite Grishka's magical powers, Zagran wouldn't have minded if the shaman had died that day.
They're coming.
Toller's hoarse voice pulled Zagran from his thoughts. The grey-furred beastman seemed already ready to strike the battle gong.
Wait.
Zagran commanded imperiously.
Let them come closer.
Now even Zagran could scent and see them. There were at least 20 Eudipetes, well equipped. Agents with riot shields led the rest of the company, armed with firearms, and their commander, whose helmet was adorned, barking orders and making sure the group moved in perfect discipline toward the center of the square.
Wait.
Zagran managed to hold back his warriors, even though he himself was salivating at the prospect of the imminent clash. But he wouldn't disappoint the cult. He would wait for the perfect moment to spring the ambush. As soon as the enemies reached the designated point, he would... The Eudipetes stopped. Zagran shot a threatening glance at his warriors, but none of them made a sound. Then he understood. The dog. The mastiff that accompanied the Eudipetes had halted and was sniffing the air, confused. Zagran sneered. He couldn't blame the dog. He had reacted with the same suspicion when he first caught the scent of oils hanging above the sludge. Hesitant, the Eudipetes formed a defensive perimeter. Who knew? Maybe they smelled the perfume too. Very well. They were anyway close enough. They would settle this the old-fashioned way. Zagran gave a signal to Toller and let out a beastly bellow. Golor's whip cracked at the same moment the gong began to sound, marking the charge of the war herd as the entire drowned city echoed with the battle cries of the cult members, finally ready to rise up and overthrow the hated imperial government. Zagran's warriors didn't need the discipline of their enemies, but that didn't mean the herd lacked cohesion and unity of purpose. Both forged through years of raiding and assaults. Without any command from Zagran, the assault group split into 3. Grishka and Uskar took the lead on the flanks, preparing to attack the compact group of Eudipetes from both sides, while Zagran took on the literal role of battering ram in the center of the group, attacking head-on. Despite the initial surprise of being transformed from attackers to defenders, the Eudipetes recovered quickly and met the bestial fury with the discipline that had made them famous and feared across all of Magog. The shield bearers moved swiftly and efficiently, forming a defensive perimeter around their comrades, while the others began firing on the mutants without concern for conserving ammunition. Zagran was hit in the shoulder. Vidon on his left flank fared much worse. The beastman was riddled with a burst of gunfire. His chest and abdomen were perforated in a dozen places. Mortal wounds, Zagran knew all too well. Yet that was not enough to stop Vidon. Bellowing in a state of mystic fury, the Beastman managed to cover the final steps that separated him from the enemy line, swinging his demolition hammer. Riot shields were shattered or ripped from the hands of their bearers, creating a small opening, but enough for Zagran. Leaping over the body of Vidon, who had finally collapsed to the ground, the herd leader lowered his horned head and charged straight toward the gap in the enemy line, penetrating it like a blade through butter. The first Arbites unlucky enough to be in his path was struck full force by his horns and sent flying several meters away. Zagran howled his savage exultation as he swung his chainsaw down on the Arbites all around him. His size and fury were more than enough to disrupt their line, leaving it vulnerable to attacks from his battle brothers. Consumed by his own fury and finally free to unleash his hatred on the tormentors of his past, Zagran had no time to think. He didn't need to. As his chainsword fell again and again and again, the battle unfolded in many small fragments before his bovine eyes. He saw Aurax crushed to the ground by the blows of the Arbites truncheons, the blows falling on him as well as the studded boots of the agents, determined to take the last breath from the Beastman. But not before Aurax managed to detonate his own gas grenades, hiding the drama behind a cloud of yellowish and intoxicating vapors. He saw Golor crack his whip expertly around the throat of the medkit-equipped Arbites. The brown-furred mutant forced his arm, unbalancing the trapped adversary and leading him forward, straight into the river of sewage that flowed beneath the square, transformed into a slaughterhouse. Zagran closed his jaws at the scene. That kill had to be his. He saw two of his other warriors being mortally wounded by the point-blank fire of the Arbites kill team. But not even in the face of death did the divinity who had brought them out leave them alone. Bleeding and with their internal organs horribly exposed, the beastmen continued to fight, tearing and maiming their opponents beyond measure before their strength finally gave out.
Pain, slaughter, and victory. Your fallen are even more blessed now.
The voice seemed to treasure and jealously guard each of the fragments of battle that Zagran had witnessed. Just ahead of Zagran's position, another Arbites fell, horribly consumed by voracious mutagenic energies. Grishka and his warriors had finally joined the fight, closing what remained of the enemies in a ruthless meat-chopping pincer. Zagran was not a strategist, like some of the highest hierarchies of the cult, but he could instinctively understand that the battle was now firmly in the clutches of his warriors. He allowed himself a gurgle of satisfaction as he moved to find his next victim.
Abomination!
The smugness in Zagran instantly turned to ash. He hated that word. Hatred flashed through him again, piercing his limbs with thousands of invisible thorns. Hatred was followed by pain. A blow had hit him in the thigh. Limping, Zagran turned and his drooling muzzle was faced with the regulator of the Arbites, still brandishing a smoking pistol.
Him. Kill him.
Zagran didn't need the voice's prodding. He was already moving towards the officer, who now, without his helmet, was staring at him full of hatred and contempt. It was more than reciprocated. The herd leader had a good sense of smell and had learned to associate a special burning hatred for the mixture of odors that came from the regulator, the polishing oil for the black carapace, the peculiar essence released by their firearms, the lotion that the soldiers used inexplicably to systematically free the chin from their inconsistent hair. Zagran hated the jingle of their handcuffs, as well as the sound of their cadenced footsteps and the arrogant way in which they had made the metal walkways of the drowned city ring for years. And above all, even though so much time had passed, Zagran recognized and hated the face of the man who had shot his mother. The chainsword rose and fell to bisect the Arbites, separating it from the regulator. Zagran wasn't even looking at the unfortunate soldier who had come to the aid of his commander. His eyes, as black as the darkness that permeated the drowned city, did not leave those of his rival for an instant. Zagran charged, and the regulator, realizing that there would not be enough time to reload his pistol, got rid of the now useless weapon to extract his own power mace. The first exchange threw them both backwards. Zagran's brute strength matched by the force field surrounding the power weapon in the Arbites' hands. Around them, Zagran's warriors fought, killed, screamed with bestial fury, and died. Zagran didn't care. His attention was completely focused on the regulator who, having survived the first charge and thanks to his experience, immediately took the opportunity to attack. Zagran dodged the first and second whistling blows of the mace and then raised his weapon to parry the third. Some of the teeth of his chainsword were brutally knocked from their socket and sent flying. They clattered back onto the sheet metal, an almost sweet sound that clashed with Zagran's growl of frustration. He was bigger. He was stronger. He had God on his side, yet in that confrontation he was again the scared little puppy, forced to retreat in the face of the superiority of the weapons of the hated agents of false hope, the armed wing of the hypocrites and the privileged who had forced monsters like him to live in the squalor below. New metal teeth fell like sharp rain as an enraged Zagran attempted to fight back. The Regulator responded with impeccable defensive style until the weapon that had made the Beastman so proud was completely blunted by the mace's force field. Now he really had gone back in time. He was again a simple marauder, equipped with a miserable iron bar, and the Eudipetes knew it, and it didn't take long to take advantage of it. The mace landed, and Zagran felt his ribs crack. Another hit grazed his muzzle, leaving him swollen. Then without interruption, the Regulator delivered another blow to his already injured leg, bringing him to his knees.
For the Emperor!
Filled with contempt, the Regulator moved in for the death blow. The Eudipetes launched a final rapid and powerful blow towards the Beastman's face, and Zagran could only react instinctively by raising his left limb in a futile yet desperate attempt to intercept the blow. To his surprise, the mace didn't turn his arm to pulp. The force field sizzled a step away from his muzzle, but the weapon had been firmly locked in the grip of a purple claw that had appeared where his hand had been just a second before.
I thought you might like some help. And a blessing. Do you like it?
The voice had returned. She had not abandoned him in his time of need.
Now, finish it.
Zagran didn't ask for anything better. He forced himself up with his new appendage, the gift granted by the god to his faithful servant, and grinned with devilish pleasure when he felt the shaft of the mace break in his new claw. Without stopping, and with new strength flowing into him, he started moving again, and this time he hit the mark. The claw grabbed the Regulator's chest. Now it was the Eudipetes' ribs' turn to crack and shatter one by one. Zagran savored those sounds like sweet music, then very slowly drew him to his masked muzzle.
Where is your corpse, Emperor, now?
He blew hot breath directly into the pain-contorted Regulator's face. After all, that fight had had its positive side. It had reminded him of who he was. He had no need for chainswords or any other refined weapons stolen from the warehouses of the oppressors. The god was with him, and he was his chosen one. The cult was right. His entire life had been nothing but a lie. He was not an abomination. His body was perfect, forged and perfected by the god. And the puppet he held in his grip would die, savoring the perfection of his claws in his side and his fangs sunk into his face.